Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of our people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodighede wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelele elizwe letu nabantu balo, umisele ukulunga kipondo letu. Nkosi sikelele I Afrika, klina abantuano bayo, kokela inkokeli zayo, yenike ukolo I Afrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. Order members. Members, I would just like to reiterate before we start that you are aware of the rules of the virtual and hybrid sitting and that all these rules do apply. So in the interest of time, I now will ask the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
Vote for community safety, Western Cape Adjustments Appropriation COVID-19 Bill 2020-2021 financial year.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I now call on the Honourable Minister Fritz.
Good morning, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Before I start with my budget, I want to this morning ask this House to remember every farmer and every farm worker who has been murdered in South Africa and that we unreservedly condemn it. And I really want to just make that point. Honourable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier and Cabinet colleagues, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Members of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, citizens of the Western Cape, members of the media, a very, very good morning to all of you. It is indeed great to be able to breathe this morning and to be awake and to be alive. And so we also want to thank God for that. On Monday, the Standing Committee of Community Safety tabled the adjusted budget for the Department of Community Safety. As with all other departments, my department has had to execute its mandate under unprecedented constraints due to the lockdown and the COVID pandemic, Honourable Deputy Speaker. With it has brought great socioeconomic distress and hardships on particularly poor communities, which we as a department have to respond to innovatively. This distress has often expressed itself in protest action, both peaceful and violent, occurring across the province over the past few weeks. We have seen the destruction of state property, private property, barricading of roads, the burning, blocking of arterial roads, stones throwing from bridges, and petrol bombing of trucks and cars on our main and our highways. I must add, however, that many of these protests are clearly very well planned and orchestrated by those with an agenda and have resulted in citizens and communities feeling even more under threat in relation to their safety and well-being. In response to this distress experience, not just in recent weeks, Madam Deputy Speaker, but throughout the lockdown, the department has acted and thought innovatively about the challenges we face. We were appointed as the nodal department in the implementation of the Western Cape government's targeted COVID hotspot strategy in Khayelitsha. And I want to say it was an absolute, and it is still an absolute privilege to have been appointed to that. That opened our eyes to just absolute humanity. In doing so, we have worked closely with the Khayelitsha Development Forum, the KDF, to implement a range of initiatives and have seen a decline in the number of infections and deaths. And I want to add that we have also worked with all other civil society formations within Khayelitsha. I want to take this opportunity to hail the tremendous leadership role played by the KDF and its leaders in this strategy. It's greatly encouraging to see and how a clear indication of, and this is a clear indication of massive differences that can be made if everybody pulls together, and that when we adopt a whole of society approach, Madam Deputy Speaker. During the COVID pandemic, we have pioneered numerous programs ensuring that we all pull together and really concentrate our efforts in fighting this pandemic. We've deployed 60 chrysalis graduates in Khayelitsha to promote awareness of COVID-19 and adherence to the regulations. We facilitated the development of the prevention and managing of the COVID-19 in SAP's workplace and the SAP's workplace guidelines with the Department of Health and with SAP's as an important entity. We have also tasked an official within the Department of Community Safety from the Court Watching Brief Unit to specifically monitor cases of gender-based violence during this COVID period. And in fact, I think it's going to continue because it's so bad. We have also rolled out a communication strategy, Madam Deputy Speaker, involving radio, billboards, local newspapers, posters, and social media platforms to create positive COVID-19 related behavioral change. We want to celebrate those people who recovered. We want to show people that you can recover from it, that this is not a death sentence. And I want to say it's really doing very well. One area of innovation I wish to single out, Deputy Speaker, is the deployment of 50 neighborhood watches and neighborhood watch structures at places of gathering in Khayelitsha. The Neighborhood Watch COVID-19 relief program has been expanded to support an additional 23 neighborhood watch formations in areas like the Eastern hotspot, the Tygerberg hotspot, the Klipfontein hotspot, and the Northern hotspot areas. Another 5 projects will be launched next week in the Southern area. And we really want to say this has really assisted us amazingly. The department is currently consulting with an additional 5 neighborhood watches in the Western and Tygerberg area, where we can also roll it out into that hotspot. A maximum of 50 accredited and screened and vetted neighborhood watches with 10 to 20 members per structure will be deployed through the Neighborhood Watch COVID relief program. And I really want to say this has really been an amazing innovation because everyone needs to be on board and we can see the results. We can just see the results. Clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the physical safety and well-being of our residents has been the top priority of this department. We reimagined and innovated what safety means under the new normal. And I want to emphasize safety means far more than just the other, that this is violence, also safety in terms of COVID. It's a very, very important because we have all lost very, very close and dear people close to us. For this reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have further held high-level engagements with the Provincial Police Commissioner. We have also held, and that's what General Yulisa Batakata, the Minister of Local Government, Minister Bredal, Minister of Human Settlements, Tertius Simmons, Minister Bongikosi Matikizela from Public Works and Transport, to unpack solutions and not only allow chaos to unfold around us, particularly as it relates to the recent protests and illegal land invasions. And I want to say there's some amazing stuff coming from that space, and also the commitment of the Provincial Commissioner in assisting us with really getting solutions to this. I wish to make it abundantly clear that violent protest actions will not be tolerated in this province. It is evident that a smaller group of inciters, well-organized group of people, some politically affiliated, and some of them sit in our parliament, by the way, as a matter of interest, are leading these protests and pretending to speak for the masses. They pretend that the masses call them and invite them to come and deal with some of these issues. In doing so, they are preying on the plight of the most vulnerable in our society, who will suffer the infrastructure and service loss due to protest action. You can't burn down a clinic, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and have no services there, you know, and then you as political people go to your private clinics and the poor masses there are forgotten because there won't be any service and that won't be prioritized. That I think is an agreed, we won't prioritize any clinics and schools burned down. I call on residents in the province to stand united against those who wish to undermine us, our safety and our well-being. Deputy Speaker, after careful consideration of this department's needs and that of the Western Cape government's response to the pandemic, a net amount of 27,967 million has been given back to Treasury to assist in the fight towards a COVID-19 pandemic. And it was hard, but we had to go find and reprioritize our own needs and our own priorities. This will allow the department to sufficiently use its resources to respond to the pandemic, of which neighborhood watch structures and CPFs constitute a very important front line. This amount comprises, Madam Deputy Speaker, 36.267 million surrendered through the baseline reduction, 8.3 million have been allocated from Provincial Treasury to the department for COVID-19 related expenditure. So again, we got some money back from Treasury, and here specifically we will be giving to see how can we assist COVID through our neighborhood watch structures and our CPFs to fight it. Of the amount allocated to the department, 6.8 million will be earmarked for neighborhood watches, and 1.5 million will go towards operational costs, including personal protection equipment. And none of that 1.5 will be stolen. All 1.5 will go there. I promise you must please, because I see the Auditor General is also doing a specific audit on all PPEs, and we really welcome it for now. That's great. We really, really welcome it. As I have already mentioned, Madam Deputy Speaker, neighborhood watches have been empowered through this budget to play a leading role in the department's response to COVID-19 and lock down the Neighborhood Watch Safety Improvement Volunteer Project with COVID-19 relief measures aimed to provide health advocacy through the promotion of social distancing.
1 minute, please. 1 minute, Minister. Can I just ask that people please put their microphones on mute? Thank you, particularly in the House. Thank you very much.
At its core, it aims to instill behavioral change by increasing civil compliance with the 5 golden rules of hygiene at places of congregation, including shops, health centers, recreational areas, SASSA pay points, a very, very big point, are those SASSA pay points, and the relief points, transport interchanges, and schools. Through you, Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I feel it pertinent that Member Kama notes that the community police forums have played a pivotal role in the execution of the program and supported its implementation. And I want to make, because I know he's going to ask this or say this in his response. However, Member Kama has openly critiqued our budget, stating that the neighborhood watches are being favored by the department and the DA over the CPFs. Despite his misconceptions, Honorable Deputy Speaker, CPFs as well as SAPs and the City of Cape Town attended the launch in Khayelitsha. They were all there. It's only in Parliament where we don't know what's happening on the ground. They were all there and they were very happy and they're all smart, and there were no catering. I just want to make that clear. We saved a lot of money in this budget on catering. I wish to thank all the CPFs for their support in the implementation of this program, Deputy Speaker, which is spreading awareness of COVID-19 and saving lives. And it's not stopping the spreading of COVID, it's spreading awareness. The bulk of the surrendered funds came from goods and services, which is another applause we must actually give to all departments, totaling 15.5 million. That means, Deputy Speaker, that no one is traveling to George and staying in hotels. And it showed now that we can actually do things differently after COVID. We will have to look at how can we save that money continuously to do things very differently and not have 10 officials in George when one is doing a 10-minute presentation. That management must happen within all departments, and we are starting with it. And here's the proof. in relation to goods and services, the bulk of the funds relinquished came from in-house K9 project. The same came to 9 million. The K9 program continues to be operational, and I'm proud to say that we are making steady progress on implementation in Hermanus. And I tell you, the K9 unit is working amazingly in Hermanus. Furthermore, the program in the city of Cape Town and Swartland remains operational despite physical constraints placed on us by the lockdown. My department will continue to work closely with the municipalities in this regard, and it's always a working together. The remaining amount of 6.5 million came from operational costs relating to training, traveling, printing, government transport costs, and catering. And I want to emphasize, and catering. Ultimately, these are savings incurred as a result of the lockdown, and I welcome the reprioritization to allow departments to best respond to the pandemic and the stress incurred as a result of the lockdown. The transfer surrendered comprises 2 million from the youth safety and the religious partnership programs. And remember, we're looking at December, how we can perhaps use more money in December for this program if we have a normal situation. Now, we're trying to move towards normality as far as we can. And 2.7 from the expanded partnership program project. Additionally, the Chrysalis Academy, because they couldn't have programs, they couldn't have the normal camps, 8 million was surrendered to assist the Western Cape in its response to the COVID. The funds surrendered amounted to finances that were allocated to the April take-in, which didn't happen because of COVID. I commend the Academy for having they've remodeled itself, because the desperate need in our townships for young people to get some of this kind of skills and to operate under the new normal. And on the 11th Deputy Speaker of July 2020, it welcomed its first cohort of students since the lockdown was announced to the end of the end of March, and a total of 97.
1 minute, Minister. Can I please check that you've put all your microphones off? There is feedback. Thank you very much, Minister. You may proceed.
Sabotage, Madam Deputy Speaker. In total, 97 young people started 20 Alpha and arrived as early as 6 at the center. I wish to acknowledge the trustees and management, trustees under Marlene Leroux of the Academy for an amazing work in doing the new normal and continuing and trying to get us back. And also CEO Dr. Lucille Meyer to monitor the progress in relation to COVID pandemic. And we've said always the agreement is we will always look carefully to what is happening wherever there's any threat of COVID. In addition to this, the Chrysalis Academy has innovatively monitored and tracked all its graduates. They've assisted graduates who have expressed the need for counseling at this time of COVID, need for food parcels, or for those in need of food. They've really assisted all of them. And they've developed and analyzed 2 surveys among graduates to assess their online teachings needs, which have been used to guide the Academy should they be able to teach in person. The survey result shows a positive response to online teaching. Madam Deputy Speaker, you will notice I didn't say anything about the safety plan, because this is an adjusted budget. The other bigger budget that's there, and this is specifically for my dear colleague, the Honorable Brunkhuis, just to assist him also, that this is the adjusted budget. So this is specifically the money that we have taken from reprioritization of programs. As I conclude, I wish to recognize and commend all departments officials, our acting head of the Department of Community Safety, Advocate Yasina Pillay. I really want to say she has really taken this department by its horns and really run with it. She's amazing. And this shows that women have the absolute power to do anything. There's a notion that women, they can't, the department will fail if this. She showed the opposite. And I really want to salute her this morning, and all the chief directors and every single staff member who throughout this lockdown was at work, Madam Speaker. Community department has always been open because we do security for everyone, for all the departments. And you know the number of infections we have had. And through all of that, they came to work diligently. I want to salute all of them and say thank you to all of them, to our partners in the police. And you have seen how many police stations were closed. And we have lots of critique. But some of us must sometimes go and work in some of the police stations and see how many people are affected and infected by this. And I really want to also say to General Matakata, thank you for the relationship that we have. It's really, really helping us. And we need to really get our relationships with all our stakeholders out in, all our law enforcement entities, including the city. We must all come and sit. There's a bigger fight against criminals and COVID. The one virus is an evil virus. It kills you without you knowing. The other one is those criminals who kill people who are innocent. Let's all work together to make a better South Africa and a better Western Cape, Madam Deputy Speaker, for all our people. And I really want to say thank you to all our members. And I really want to single out a member Karma in this regard, member Regan Allen, Regan Allen, who is an amazing chairperson. And I want to say to the whole committee and the whole standing committee of community safety, I tell you now, they are incredibly constructive and very, very, really helping us in moving forward. And, all of them are really contributing. I really want to say, under the leadership of Honorable Regan, I really want to say thank you very much for this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Fritz. I now call on the Honourable Karma.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable MEC Fritz, and all your cabinet colleagues, Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Dagmore, members of this august House. Deputy Speaker, I wish to dedicate this debate speech to a 6-year-old from Gugulethu, Azola Papu, who is in the picture I have sent on this MS Teams chat room, which I will also share on social media later. In this iconic picture, Azola is seen mimicking public order policing during a protest in Gugulethu. He is raised in an environment that is riddled with many social ills, which characterize the so-called COVID-19 hotspots, like gang terror or constant harassment and humiliation from lawless law enforcement agency, which has no oversight body. Azola refuses to be influenced by this environment, but imagines himself at a young age to be on the side of making sure the rule of law is maintained. There is public order and that people live in a safe and conducive environment. He buried his mother last week and now lives with his aunt. Through a campaign started by Ayanda and Amane, the photographer who took this picture, we learned of the poor socio-economic conditions at his home. It is these kinds of situations that have turned many young boys who had a promising future into gang hitmen. Many of them are languishing in our child and youth care centers. Deputy Speaker, the campaign #HelpAzolaPapu has already received support of Gauteng Department of Community Safety, whose contribution is still discussed between the family and the department. Today I rise in search of the conscience of our MEC and Premier Windy to help Azola Papu through all government relief programs as he is about to enter school. Here is an opportunity to shape a young boy's future. Let's not allow history to be a repeat of 1,000 other boys who were victims of the above circumstances. This is precisely why the ANC advocates for a safety plan that does not only focus on boots on the ground, but one which radically tackles the causative factors of crime in society. We want a drive by government to bridge the inequality gap and to transform the apartheid spatial planning. These are factors that contribute to the rising crime levels in working class communities. They are the same factors that have determined the patterns of COVID-19 infections. To beat COVID-19, we must address these factors. This budget does not come close to addressing them. To call this a budget to defeat COVID-19 is but a figment of MEC Maniel overheated imagination. Deputy Speaker, the aim of this department is to, and I quote, promote professional policing through effective oversight as legislated, capacitate safety partnerships with communities and other stakeholders, the whole of society approach, and promote safety in all public buildings and spaces. Allow me, Deputy Speaker, to dissect this to see if it is congruent with the aim of this department by looking at 3 elements. The first is police oversight. This is partly covered by the Safety Partnership Program, wherein the Western Cape Ombudsman is situated. In the main budget, we were told of plans to expand the investigating powers of the police ombud through a review of the Western Cape Community Safety Act to give it oversight powers over law enforcement officers. At a time when we needed to accelerate this, the budget of this program is cut. The review is necessary because the army of JP Smith, which we are contributing millions towards its recruitment and training, is wreaking havoc in society, including evicting naked men from their homes. And it is now appropriating itself search and seizure powers even in people's properties without a warrant. The law enforcement agency must have an oversight body like the SAPS that is watched by IPID and police ombudsman. This budget is weakening the office of the police ombud, which has on many occasions complained about staff shortages, which impacts negatively on its work. The second element, Deputy Speaker, is capacitating safety partnerships. Section 221, subsection 2 of the Constitution and section 19, subsection 1 of the SAPS Act number 68 of 1995 established the community police forums to promote accountability of local community local police to community and cooperation of the community with the police. In the Western Cape, the DA, and it's true, Deputy Speaker, the DA has created a parallel structure, the neighborhood watches. What is evident in this budget are the plans of this government to deliberately frustrate and sabotage the work of CPFs. On top of budget cuts under these adjustments, the department has not dispersed a single cent to CPFs from the start of this financial year to date. Whereas some CPFs, and as acknowledged by the MEC, some CPFs have been working with zero budget assisting in the fight against COVID-19 in their areas. The neighborhood watches have been allocated 6.8 million rand to educate people and encourage them to maintain social distancing. The continuous skewed resourcing of community partnerships is a deliberate attempt as the DA is on course to create its provincial police force as envisaged in their manifesto. This is what this government calls capacitating safety partnerships. The third element is that of promoting safety in public buildings and spaces. In practice, this means public buildings in affluent areas are the most secured places in the province, while gang-infested communities are lacking in basic infrastructure needed to combat crime. Today, Deputy Speaker, I appeal to the MEC Fritz, the former United Democratic Movement activist who was raised in an activist home and a revolutionary environment, mothered by a revolutionary. This MEC has experienced the heavy hand of apartheid police, and we ask him not to, and I quote Deputy Speaker, sleep in the revolution, close quote. He must transform this department using lessons from the sake of our lives, guidelines for the creation of people's self-defense units, which he was exposed to in the 1990s. This budget is not guided and informed by the aims of the department. The ANC is on the side of the people and does not support vote for. How are we expected to support a budget vote that does not prioritize a single cent to help in the fight against gender-based violence? We cannot support a budget that is influenced by apartheid legacy, championed by Helen Zille and the apartheid command colonel found in the DA leadership. How can I forget her minions who yesterday had nothing to say about black people who are killing each other in the taxi violence, but promote the idea of another Orania in the Western Cape? Deputy Speaker, lastly, allow me to thank the many South African law enforcers, the police, who have been throughout the period of this virus, been on the ground working to make sure that our communities are safer. We thank department staff members who continue to work hard and make sure that the situation in the areas that I'm talking about changes. Let's think about Azola Popa. Let's make sure that Azola Popa is not part of the statistics of those that are readily available to be used by hitmen and gangsters because they are able to give them money at the end of the day. The ANC does not support this budget vote. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
It was very powerful. Powerful, powerful indeed.
Thank you. I now call on Honourable Allen.
Deputy Speaker, the vision of this government seeks to ensure that the Western Cape is a place where all people feel secure and live free from fear. Every penny that we can contribute to safety and security must work towards a more peaceful, stable environment for residents. Deputy Speaker, from the onset, allow me to state that I fully support vote 4 on community safety. I wish to thank Minister Albert Fritz, the Premier, as well as all departmental staff and officials, especially also acting HOD Advocate Pillay. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, a detailed problem analysis of the current state of policing in our country is freely available, and the Department of Community Safety has had to act innovatively and swiftly on the issues faced. This should be welcomed and commended. Deputy Speaker, our stagnant economy, corruption, and looting of taxpayers' money, coupled with unprecedented constraints due to the lockdown, has left many South Africans feeling angry, feeling fearful and frustrated. This has been exacerbated by the spate of police brutality and heavy-handedness that can never be condoned, which highlights the need for oversight, which responsibly falls within the mandate of the department and of this provincial parliament. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, to improve safety through effective oversight, the department has continued the ongoing participation in the ProvJoc meetings and briefings, monitoring IPID recommendations, police stations, and the impact of the closure of stations on service delivery. I am confident that we will continue to perform groundbreaking work despite the net downward adjustment as we surrender funds to fighting this pandemic. Deputy Speaker, the monitoring of SAPS is and remains a pivotal and core competency that in essence should reap positive results, and it remains to be seen that our national government will be able to stop turning a blind eye by continuing to under-resource our communities here in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, while the DA delivers a budget to beat COVID here in the Western Cape, we know in Pretoria they uses the funds to line the pockets of cadres and of comrades. For years, we've been under siege by gangs, yet the ANC government just looks the other way or look to steal taxpayers' money. As we have stated on numerous times, the national government controls all aspects of SAPS, all station resourcing, all appointments, all police officer allocation, and all specialized units, but they have just washed their hands off the gang and drug violence in this province. Our National Police Minister sits in Pretoria, miles away from the lived reality of the people who are under daily attack, and they make terrible decisions that have a profound effect on the residents of the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, in this House, the DA has been asking for years for a fair allocation of police officers to gang and drug-ridden communities. A call we repeat, and the department continues to monitor the deployment, compliance, arrest, and court appearances. The problem is not surrendering funds to the fight against COVID, but we have a long-standing fight against crime. As mentioned before, we cannot accept a murder rate of 50 lives per day. We've been challenged with declining resources since 1998 under this ANC government. We can never allow that the innocent, law-abiding citizens of our beautiful country pay the price for bad governance. Deputy Speaker, more often than not, it is the innocent who suffer the most. I'm aware of the price that communities like Mitchell's Plain and Nova Park, Elsie's River, and others have had to pay because of gangs and drugs. I'm aware of the heartache of so many families that have already had to endure at the hands of criminals who have taken over their communities and have terrorized their children. I'm aware of what the murders, the violence, and the drug addiction do to mothers and fathers, to families and the broader community. I'm aware it is so often the innocent who pay the price. Just yesterday, Deputy Speaker, I spoke to a young man via social messaging who told me that his family have been ripped apart by a senseless murder of his cousin by gang members. His cousin wasn't a gang member, yet he was brutally murdered. But Deputy Speaker, Under the provision of this budget, the department continues to build valuable relationships with all implementing partners and key stakeholders in improving security in the Western Cape, which include the South African Police Service, the City of Cape Town, different Western Cape government departments, private security companies, other private stakeholders, and community safety structures such as neighborhood watches and the CPFs. The department is leading the targeted COVID-19 hotspot strategy in Khayelitsha. The intervention aims, as the Minister alluded to, advocate social distancing, encourage the use of protective equipment, and create awareness of community compliance with safety protocols. Deputy Speaker, although a net amount of 27,927,000 have been surrendered by the department towards efforts to address COVID-19, an amount of 8.3 million will be received from Provincial Treasury for COVID-related expenditure. This should be welcomed. Deputy Speaker, this will also be allocated across Program 2 Civilian Oversight, 5.8 million for resourcing of neighborhood watches in response to COVID-19. Neighborhood watches, as the Minister again said, are essential in our aim to make communities safer as the eyes and ears on the ground and a key towards improving safety responses in the province. As the only province, Deputy Speaker, who have accredited neighborhood watch bodies accountable to the Department of Community Safety, a further budget allocation of 1 million under Program 4, Civilian Oversight, for resourcing of neighborhood watches in response to COVID-19. Deputy Speaker, the department has had to evolve its programs to respond to COVID-19 crisis and related disaster management regulations. The department has further undertaken and supported a number of interventions like the deployment of chrysalis graduates and neighborhood watch structures and amongst other schools, SASSA pay points, home affairs, shopping malls, hospitals and other health facilities. Deputy Speaker, these graduates that were deployed at the Chrysalis Academy, which is an initiative of the Western Cape Provincial Government, which is regarded as a flagship project in innovation in youth development. I wish to welcome and wish them all of the best in their deployment in their new role. Another intervention, Deputy Speaker, is the deployment of LEAP officers in targeted hotspot areas like Khayelitsha, Tygerberg and Klipfontein to support the SAPS, SANDF and law enforcement, Metro Police and traffic officers. All of the officers have undergone the required training, including peace officer training, a traffic warden certificate and training in the bylaws of the City of Cape Town. They will continue also to receive further training. Deputy Speaker, we underestimate the severity of the fact that SAPS is undertrained, understaffed, under-resourced, and under-equipped. And I hope that it at least become apparent to the National Minister during unique time of a special adjustment budget, as we have noted a flare-up in the opportunistic criminal activities. Deputy Speaker, nonetheless, further interventions include the development of a toolkit for SAPS together with the OHS protocols, facilitating the facilitation of isolation and quarantine sites by the Department of Transport and Public Works in support of SAPS members, further intervention, the engagement and support to district municipalities. Another intervention is the engagement with the religious fraternity to support community-based solutions. Furthermore, Deputy Speaker, the placement of peace officers and chrysalis graduates at municipalities, briefing volunteers on how to be vigilant, encourage social distancing and wearing masks, the deployment of security personnel at health facilities, auditing security interventions at schools with data, also research on law enforcement deployment, tracking the murder rate and criminal activity, daily monitoring of compliance by liquor outlets through the Western Cape Liquor Authority, the rollout of a communication strategy to create positive behavior change in civil compliance, also monitoring the GBV cases through the relevant program, the publishing of the domestic violence booklet with the details of support organizations and guide to securing protection order. Deputy Speaker, the opposition earlier argued that the budget reduction will affect critical programs like the Office of the Police Ombudsman. But if I read the budget correctly, the funds surrendered on the component of the Office of the Police Ombudsman amounts to 245,000, an amount surrendered purely as a result of the lockdown, which was initially earmarked for travel expenses. Deputy Speaker, the opposition further argued that there's a reduction to CPFs, and I'm well aware that the CPFs play a pivotal role. However, the department can only enter into transfer payment agreements with CPFs that are legally constituted. And the opposition will be well aware that due to the lockdown, many CPFs were unable to hold AGMs to date as gatherings are prohibited. This resulted in an underspending towards the allocated funding in the budget, which the department was then able to redirect towards the COVID-19 response. Furthermore, the department has adequate budgetary allocation for CPFs for the rest of the year. Deputy Speaker, in closing, this is the Western Cape and not a province where we allow unethical governance practices. We are able to accommodate budget cuts despite national government's inability to put their money where their mouth is, not for the sake of any political agenda, but for the safety and well-being of the residents in this province. In closing, Deputy Speaker, I reiterate that I support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Allen. I now recognise Honourable Klego.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the EFF, we do not support the vote. We want to say to the Minister of Illegal Evictions, and was so much obsessed with farm killings, that as the EFF were grossly concerned that our people would be evicted without following proper procedures. And then he would concentrate much on the issue of farm killings.
So do you
follow? While we recognize.
Honourable Klego, 1 minute. I see there's a point of order. 1 minute. Honourable Deputy Chief Whip, what's your point of order?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order because, and I want you to please rule, and if it's parliamentary, because according to me, there is no Minister of Evictions in Parliament. If the Honourable member could please withdraw that statement and address the Minister as Honourable Minister Fritz.
Honourable Klego, did you say that he's the Minister of Evictions?
It's part of his responsibility.
Honourable, well,
it's on his description that he's supposed to look at evictions.
Okay, but what I
don't know what the Deputy Speaker is trying to achieve.
Okay, but what I am just asking, and I'm just cautioning you, if you could just remember that everybody is honourable and must be respected in the House. If you can be mindful.
As a minister.
That's fine.
I think that's honourable enough.
You may proceed.
I am not going to bow before him to show that I respect him. I respect him. He's minister.
Yeah. Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker.
1 minute, Honourable Klego. I recognise Honourable Minister Madikizela.
Minister Fritz is the Minister of Police, not Minister of Eviction. And Member Klego must withdraw that. He is not the Minister of Evictions.
Honourable Member Klego, if we can refrain from saying that, please.
So I will refrain from doing so. But
thank you, Honourable Klego.
Yeah,
you may
yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
While we recognize the fact that the Western Cape Department of Community Safety plays an oversight role against the police, this cannot justify the fact that the provincial policing functions budget should be cut by 11.2 million. What is concerning the most is that all of this takes place at a time while crime continues to be rife in the province, especially in our townships where law enforcement agencies are failing dismally to protect our people, but would rather take joy in illegal evictions that the department champions mostly. I understand that it might sit otherwise with the DA, but it's a fact. As a combined budget reduction of 14.8 million in programs such as Safety Partnership, safety promotion and community safety, conveys a negative perception to the public regarding the department's intention to fight and police crime. What will the ever-endangered members of the Neighborhood Watch say when they realize that the provincial government is cutting the budget, which was intended to assist them to fight crime? Where were the provincial law enforcement officials which were acquired for purposes for the so-called safety plan when a 3-year-old child was killed by a stray bullet in Easter Refuge during a gang violence shootout on Tuesday? Where were they when a 6-year-old died under similar circumstances in Kraaifontein 15 days ago? Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Heron, you're up next.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. We support the vote.
Thank you very much. I now call on Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Minister Fritz is so passionate about his portfolio, yet he's horrendous 28 million. Your department is so small with a small budget. Minister, you need more than less. The neighbourhood watches are shrinking because the walking bus is paying their members stipends, and the neighbourhood watch members are leaving the neighbourhood watches to join the walking bus. Why does the minister not pay the neighbourhood watches a life cover? I've asked this before. People want to work, go out there, and they are screaming for a life cover. Deputy Speaker, why does the minister also look at different levels of funding when it comes to neighbourhood watches? Neighbourhood watches need more in disadvantaged areas. Because, and I want to conclude with this, Deputy Speaker, I want to agree with the minister when it comes to condemning the killing of farmers and farm workers and and we pray that this will stop because this threatens our food security. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. I now call on Honourable Member Murray.
Thank you, Speaker. I support your budget. I think that your lateral thinking, your line of sight management, your hands-on approach, that is to be applauded. But I want to say to you, Minister, it's time that this province appoints a commission of inquiry to look into farm murders. I think our farmers need greater protection than what it receives at the moment. You can't keep on killing somebody just because he's white or because he's black. All lives matter, not only black lives. And I feel it for a black life. I feel it for a white person. I feel it for a colored person. We've got to stop this. We've got to stop the killing of white farmers, and we're going to appoint a commission to look in the causes of it and how we can address this issue. It's no protect the people in the cities with chrysalists and neighborhood watchers, but nobody speaks about the killing and dying of innocent farmers who provide us with the food. Without farmers, there will not be food parcels. I can guarantee you, we won't be able to give anybody a food parcel if there's not a farmer.
Thank you, Honourable
And
Member.
this racism must stop.
Thank you, Honourable Murray. I note that Honourable Brinkhuis is not in the House. I now revert back to Minister Fritz.
Of course, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much to all the members for their comments. And I really want to say I'm not sure whether the Honourable Kama said that I was in the UDM or did he say the UDF? Because I was certainly not in a Bantustan organization, not the UDF. UDM. I was in the UDF. UDF, yeah. Okay, good. I really want to also say to Honourable Kama that Azola Popa is as dear to our hearts within this province, and you know it, Honourable Kama. You know our commitment and our dedication to the plight of having, as you can see, and you know the safety plan very well, Honourable Member, through Deputy Speaker, through you, Deputy Speaker. How within the safety plan, 50% of the safety plan deals with violence prevention issues. And violence prevention, and I'm talking about proactive programs now. I'm not talking about after the fact, when after a child committed a crime, then he lands in a child and youth care center. I'm talking about how do we stop young children? How do we stop Azola Popa, as you say, who displayed very good signs of believing in the rule of law? How do we help him and create an alternative to him to not become one of those stone throwers, one of those land invaders, one of those criminals, but become an amazing, well-rounded, great civilian person in our community who plays a positive role in our society? And that's what our violence prevention program is all about. And I will tell you now, we will drive that. We're having our weekly meetings where we are really driving that very through. And I know through specifically also Minister Shana Fernandez, her commitment and dedication to that. So I think to make all the comments you made, I think you know the truth, because when we engage privately, you say the opposite of what you're saying now. The other point I think we need to also make is that the reason why we want to amend the Western Cape Community Safety Act is in fact, it's precisely. Hello, is that a point of order?
Thank you.
Honourable Palmer, sorry, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Honourable MEC has now, when he said that when I speak to him privately, I say the opposite. I feel, Deputy Speaker, that is putting improper motives on me. And can he withdraw, please, Deputy Speaker?
Honourable Palmer, that isn't really a point of order, but the Minister can decide how he wants to address his speech.
I withdraw. He knows the truth. I withdraw. Okay. So no problem with that.
Thank you, Minister.
And he's an amazing person outside Parliament, in fact. Thank you very much. So I think the point I'm just making. And so that's really dear to our heart, the issue of violence prevention. And I really want to say also to Honourable Kama, and I know, as we speak here, I really want to say he knows that, and I know his heart in terms, and exactly his whole speech was about violence prevention, and it's part of our program. Honourable Kama, I really want to, and I preempted you. I even in my speech said that you were going to say something about neighborhood watches and CPFs. And I want to really say, and I knew you were going to say it. So I think I've actually addressed it already. But I really want to say we are, and I want to also speak to another member who raised the whole issue of CPFs. I will say that we are busy expediting the funding to CPFs, but we can't dump funds. We can't just dump funds with people. People must be held accountable. They must have a plan. And I think that's the important point that we're making. We're not other provinces where we just dump funds to people, and I really want to emphasize that point. The Honourable, I'm so happy the Honourable Kama spoke about properties outside and government property outside of the city of Cape Town, of the center, the city center, because it's almost like he read our minds. We are very concerned about the properties that been invaded by hooligans of state property that belongs to us, that belongs to the government. That's planned for housing, for proper development. But it's been, and I would, in the meantime, address Honourable Keko, where he becomes part of this, as a member of Parliament, he becomes part of this rush to create lawlessness and against development of proper land. There are people in this province who's been for years on the waiting list, and they don't burn down things. The people who burn down things seems to be getting rewarded. We must stop it. And I'm so happy that Minister Simmers is agreeing to stopping the nonsense where we're rewarding the hooligans. Like Minister who came here the other day.
My apologies. I see that there is a hand up. Is that Honourable Klerho?
Yeah, yes, that's me. I think the minister is misleading the House when he says I am part of the people that are destroying property. Addressing people who are embarking on violence and calming violence is different from agitating people to take over the land.
Okay,
Myself or the EFF didn't take any land.
All right, but this is not a point.
So he must withdraw that. He must withdraw. He cannot make cast such aspersions against me without facts. He must withdraw that.
Deputy Speaker?
Yes, he must withdraw that.
Deputy Speaker?
Honourable Minister, just 1 minute. I see Honourable Karma's hand is also up before yours. Honourable Karma.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the same point, Rule 59, which speaks on reflections upon members of the House, says that no member may impute improper motives on or reflect on the integrity or dignity of or verbal abuse another member. Minister is imputing improper motives on member Xhego, that he is encouraging lawlessness as a member of parliament, and that is out of order, Deputy Speaker.
Noted, thank you. And I also see, I think, Minister, I'm not sure if you or Honourable Mackenzie's hand was up first. I'm going to open it up to Honourable Minister Madikizela and then to Honourable Mackenzie.
Deputy Speaker, this is not a point of order. It's a point for debate. But it is true that we have video footage of Member Xhego encouraging land invasion. So if he wants to bring this for a debate in the House, he must do so.
Thank you. Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I just want to check if the minister is available to take a question.
All right, before he answers, Honourable Minister, do you want to, could you please refrain from accusing unless you're going to bring a substantive motion into the House? If you can put your microphone on. Unmicrophone yourself. Give me a second. We've lost you, Honourable Minister. Can't hear you. If we can just check IT why the Minister can no longer be heard. There, try again, Minister. Can you check your sound is up?
Yeah, ne?
That just suddenly happened. All right, if we can just give...
He spoke of a wrong person. Now he can't speak. This is God.
Honourable Minister, I wonder if you should not try something new or try and get in through the phone. If we can please ask that IT call the Minister through his phone.
Something new. You can't read an old of new things. Honourable Member.
Okay, what I would like to suggest in the meantime, while we get the Minister on, is that I can do a ruling on this matter at a later stage. And we're just waiting for the Minister to get back on, and then we will deliver on that ruling based on Hansard. Give it a minute, and then I will ask the Minister the question whether he wants to take a question. Honourable Mackenzie, 1 minute. Honourable Mackenzie, you can just lower your hand in the meantime. Thank you. All right, I see the Honourable Minister is back online. Honourable
Hello,
Minister,
can you hear me?
Can you hear us? We can hear you.
Okay, thanks, Deputy Speaker. I completely agree with your ruling. Thanks. I will.
Okay,
yeah.
Will you take a question, Honourable Minister? From
Yes,
Honourable Mackenzie.
I'll take a question. I'll take from who is the question?
From Honourable Mackenzie. Honourable Mackenzie, over to you.
From anyone a question. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, a few weeks, in fact 2 weeks ago, the EFF Regional Secretary, of which some members are party to, was on Kailicha, and his exact words, and I can quote him, "They will intensify with communities' land invasions." Does that not speak to what the party stands for, and that obviously contributes to the political motive of the land invasions in this province? if a political party says that.
Is this still part of the budget debate?
Yes, that's in fact exactly the point. But I would also perhaps call on this parliament to invest the involvement of members of this house to properly investigate it and to see whether people were impacted. And as Honorable Keko is saying, I can't make any kind of comments about that. Perhaps we need a full investigation of this house, because we also when we we lay an oath before this house to say that we will respect the Constitution. And if we do other things, it's not in terms of the Constitution. I really would ask that that this House actually do an investigation into the role of a number of members in the House. Thank you.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
On the point of order, 1 minute, Minister. Who's raised a point of order?
Member Nkondlo.
Member Nkondlo, yes. What's your point of order?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wanted to seek guidance from you. Isn't it the rule of the House, if there are any matters as it relates to the conduct of members of the House, that as we have been taught and it has been repeated in the previous sittings, that such must be brought through a substantive motion? So if so, I'm trying to understand what is it that Honorable Mackenzie is bringing, what is it that Honorable Minister is raising in this House, because I am assuming that if that rule still stands under your guidance, all those issues, they've got the right, to provide or to bring them into the House as substantive motion so that we continue with the budget debate.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Nkondlo. I was just going to say, I recognise you, Honourable Lecker, but 1 minute is that I was going to say to the Minister that he needs to bring that complaint through the relevant processes and the way that Parliament actually operates. Honourable Lecker, does that satisfy you?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, noted. Thank you. Minister, you finished?
I completely accept your view. Let me just finish off with Minister,
yes.
Mr. Kama, Honourable Kama. He also says that this budget, that it doesn't speak to gender-based violence. I just pointed out to him that we've actually assigned a specific person from the court watching briefs to focus exclusively on gender-based violence cases. Remember the court watching briefs? And work with Minister Shana Fernandez very closely to really fight the scourge of gender-based violence. I want to, secondly, with Honourable Regan Allen, I really want to say thank you for the amazing work that the standing committee is doing under his leadership. I really want to say, he emphasized the all of government's, work we need to, and all of community work, all of society work. Emphasizes this. He's passionate about the role that the standing committee is playing with Honourable Christian around the well-being of neighborhood watches. And I really want to say also in addressing Honourable Christian in the same way, that we really want to look at what is the best model moving forward without having a complicated and complex relationship. We really want to, and the best interest of all and the well-being of all neighborhood watches are really, really important to us. So I want to assure members that is the point. I also want to say that, yes.
1 minute. Honourable Lecker, is that your hand, a point of order?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
I hear you.
Just one issue, Deputy Speaker. The Minister keeps making reference to individual members. Can he make that reference through you, Deputy Speaker?
Noted. Thank you, Honourable Lecker. If you can talk to through me, Honourable Minister, if you can conclude.
That's really sabotaging, Deputy Speaker. And then I think I won't refer to Honourable Treko because I think his points are completely irrelevant. I want to thank Honourable Heron for supporting the budget.
1 minute, Minister. Honourable Lecker, your point of order.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I would like to get a guidance from you. If I am providing a direction to insinuations that are being made by the MEC, which I think has longer been in Parliament than myself, I wanted to make a ruling on what he just said, that I am sabotaging him because I do not have any intentions rather than point out the wrongdoings for a senior member of his caliber. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Lecker. Honourable Minister, please withdraw that accusation.
Thanks, I withdraw.
Thank you very much.
And then lastly, I want to also just say to Honourable Christians that we in fact investing more in neighbourhood watches. I mean, everyone have seen, I think it's also Honourable Kama who said something that we're not, this budget is not directed at COVID. It's exactly directed at COVID. Now, either we misunderstand stuff or don't read the budget properly, but I mean, really, that's the point. And then lastly, to Honourable Marie, thank you also for supporting and always for supporting us. And I really agree with him. Racism must stop. We must treat all lives. And of course, Black lives matters, but other lives matters too. It's everyone's life must matter. Every humanity. How do you pour hot water over a woman of 72 on the farm? That's torture. And it must stop. It must stop now. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Fritz. That concludes the debate on this vote. The Secretary will now read the second order of the day.
Debate on vote 7, Social Development, Western Cape Adjustment Appropriation COVID-19 Bill, 2020-21 financial year.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We now call on the Honourable Minister Fernandes.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier and Cabinet colleagues, Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, Honourable Leaders of Opposition Parties, Honourable Members of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Members of the media, fellow South Africans. I rise today to table vote 7, the adjusted budget for the Western Cape Department of Social Development. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I do though wish to first and foremost want to thank our NPO partners, all our social workers, child and youth care workers, carers, volunteers, and all essential service workers for their valiant efforts serving on the front line of the COVID-19 pandemic. I would also like us to pause and reflect on all those who have succumbed to COVID-19. The Western Cape Department of Social Development's budget sees the reallocation of 33,402,000 rand, made up of a rollover of savings from the 2019-2020 financial year of 25,732,000 rand, an internal reprioritization of 202,000 rand, and additional funds from Treasury amounting to 7,932,000 rand. The net effect increases social development's budget from a baseline of 2,673 million to 2,600 and to 2.681 billion rand. Honourable Deputy Speaker, these savings have proven to be fortuitous, since we have been able to allocate the full 25,732,000 rand for emergency funding of food relief in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. 20 million was allocated to distribute 50,000 food parcels across the province. 4 NPOs, namely SANZAF, Islamic Relief, Red Cross, and the Mustafa Fin Foundation, assisted in this exercise. 8,000 parcels per region for Eden Karoo, West Coast and Winelands, and 7,000 parcels per region for Metro East, North and South areas. 300 parcels per region have been retained for families who are self-isolating or are in quarantine at home and cannot go to the shops. The remainder of the funds have been allocated to feeding schemes to provide hot food. The 7.9 million rand has been combined with internally reprioritized funds to add 2.5 million rand for operational capacity support to old age homes affected by COVID-19, and that, Deputy Speaker, was more than 300 old age homes, and 12,900,000 has been allocated for personal protective equipment. This was spread across old age homes, disabled homes, partial care facilities, including early childhood development centres. Honourable Speaker, this protracted lockdown has seen a new pandemic emerge, that of hunger, extreme poverty, and increased levels of unemployment, as detailed in a recent Oxfam research piece. We also see an increase in the number of victims in what I call the shadow pandemic, that of gender-based violence and substance abuse. Citizens are experiencing trauma, depression, and hopelessness, with many of them requiring psychosocial support. Sadly, Deputy Speaker, our provincial efforts are minimal in the bigger scheme of things, as the country and continent faces a food crisis. And to combat and counter this, we have initiated a humanitarian work stream to address the needs. However, we need to now move from food aid to food security. I do need to inform the House that the humanitarian work stream represents the whole of government and a whole of society, in that we have provincial government departments, the 5 district municipalities, as well as the City of Cape Town is represented on that forum, disaster management, the Solidarity Fund, SASSA, and the EDP desk, which coordinates the efforts of NPOs, faith-based organizations, community action networks, and civil society, as well as other donors. In this regard, we have attempted to map the distribution of food to ensure that we know where the glaring food gaps are, so that we can be responsive to the needs as and when donations come in, that we can assist. The city, I do believe, has also embarked on a campaign of feeding. However, Deputy Speaker, I must, in terms of my social development role, indicate that we are experiencing donor fatigue, and this is definitely impacting the feeding effort. Coming back to my colleague's vote, Minister Fritz, one of the biggest challenges to food distribution is that of gangsterism and unrest and protest action. Because when there is unrest and protest action and gangsterism, we cannot get food to the people who need it most. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it is important for me to draw the House's attention to the mandate and where we find ourselves today. So in terms of the Social Assistance Act 13 of 2004, and I quote, the objectives of the Act are, and I really do want us to listen, point A is to provide for the administration of social assistance and social payment grants. Point B is to make provision for social assistance and to determine the qualifying requirements in respect thereof. And point 3 or C is to ensure that minimum norms and standards as prescribed for the delivery of social assistance. I raise that, Honourable Deputy Speaker, as I will be coming back to that point in the second part of my presentation. So at this point in time, our focus in terms of COVID is old age homes, and I'm pleased to announce that as a result of our partnership, again, transversal government in action, we have concluded a protocol with the Department of Health, and we have worked together to assist more than 300 homes, and we are actually seeing an increase in the recovery rate within that sector, and that is indeed pleasing. Our other area is that of ECDs, and sadly, we have many unregistered ECDs, and we have not received any direction from National regarding how we are to deal with unregistered ECDs, but I do wish to thank our registered and funded ECDs who continued feeding during the COVID-19 campaign. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we also made a financial contribution to a shelter which can accommodate 120 people in Somerset West. And this was established during the COVID-19 campaign, as well as some work we conducted at the 2 sites in terms of substance use disorder and a trauma-informed approach to gender-based violence. Our commitment as the department remains to work prudently with taxpayers' funds to make sure that every single cent is allocated for its correct purpose, and that we ensure the safety of our staff, because without the dedicated team within social development, we would not be able to achieve our objectives. Sadly, many of our staff have tested positive and have had to be quarantined, which has impacted our ability in certain areas of availability on certain days. However, we have developed contingencies, and we remain committed to serving the people of this province. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now call on Honourable Baku Force. You there?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Just 1 minute.
By die huis. Ja, maar hy is maar net daar.
Can I just ask that everybody mute? There we go. My apologies. Honourable Baku Force, you may begin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the mission of this department is to ensure the provision of a comprehensive network of social development services that enable and empowers the poor, the vulnerable, and those with special needs. When the MEC tabled main appropriation, she stated that service delivery in the Western Cape is set against a backdrop of increasing levels of violence against women and children, specifically the increasing rate of child murders relative to the rest of the country, gang violence, substance abuse, high unemployment, food insecurity, and malnutrition. I can confirm that the above factors have worsened under COVID-19. For instance, a World Bank analysis on global poverty has projected COVID-19 will push 49 million people into extreme poverty in 2020. The report continues to say sub-Saharan Africa will be region hit hardest in terms of increased extreme poverty. Speaker,
one minute.
The impact
Honourable
on
Baku Force, 1 minute. Was that a point of order? If not, can I please ask that you mute your microphones? You may continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we felt the impact on our shores as many people have lost their livelihoods. In response to this, the National Department of Social Development introduced the 350 SASSA social relief of distress grants, which have assisted over 5 million beneficiaries from 7.8 million applications. Over and above this, child support grant and various other grants were increased. In addition to this, 1.2 million food parcels were allocated to households and 1,800 social workers graduates were employed. Coming to the Western Cape, the self-righteous and holier than the MEC must tell the truth that in this budget there is no additional allocation made. While it may seem like the adjusted appropriation is increased by 7.9 million, the reality is that 17.8 million has been moved away from this department. The additional 25.7 million is rollovers from unspent funds from last year. This should expose the agenda of the propagandistic DA, which has been driving a narrative of an ANC government that is failing the poor, when it is in fact the one that is robbing the poor by moving away money from critical programs. A careful look at this budget shows that 33.4 million has been taken away from programs such as social welfare service and children and families to fund procurement of PPEs. Part of the reduced budget was 7.9 million for the sanitary dignitary project. The name sanitary dignity means the preservation of maintenance of the self-esteem of an indigent woman, especially during menstruation. This project is meant to promote women's right to dignity. In line with what President Mandela said, that as long as women are bound by poverty and as long as they are looked down upon, human rights will lack substance. In turn, this department is taking away women's dignity. The excuse of this department for this insincere decision is that the sanitary towels are given to school girls, and because schools are closed, they have enough in stock. The government must take the sanitary towels out of the storerooms and give them to the organizations that are dealing with women and children, as well as the women empowerment centers. A further 19.3 million for compensation of employees is taken away from the social welfare service program. In the main appropriation, the MEC told us that the funding allocation for the program was for provision of extra bed space at Sibuyile and additional funding for social workers, in particular in areas with a high prevalence of gender-based violence, substance abuse, and issues affecting children. This budget cuts go against what the MEC said in the media on the 20th April, that the support for victims of abuse remained a priority of the department. While she correctly noted in her statement that while the country was in lockdown for women, isolation at home presented additional risk, as there was a perpetual increase in the cases of violence meted against women and children. In this budget, she has moved to cut the budget, which was meant to employ more social workers for GBV and issues affecting children. The budget cut follows a series of murders of young women in the hands of men in the province. This includes brutal murder of Amahle Koku from Brown's Farm, Philippi, Alvesia Korki, and her daughter, Renensia from Belan, as well as the hacking to death of Naledi Pangindao by his former boyfriend, whom she had obtained a protection order against. This was President Ramaphosa called a second pandemic which South Africa was suffering from. Given the above, it is disappointing that there is no additional budget for victim empowerment. This department is spending 21 million for 20 shelters for victims of crime. Of this, only 4 have been identified as stage 1 shelter to admit a at-risk victim of crime and violence during lockdown. The women and children are not only failed by this department, poor homeless people are not spared. How can we forget how the MEC turned the other way when the homeless were subjected to inhuman conditions in Strandfontein concentration camp? Over and above this, only 18 million in the budget is spent on funding 27 shelters for homeless people. All other shelters are not supported because they did not apply. The department must reach out to these shelters and motivate them to apply. I want to come to my last point, Speaker. The claims that this department feeds 100,000 daily, this is counting 50,000 children in the ECDs. Only 5,000 are assisted through community nutrition development and support centers. It doesn't mean like this budget is catering for poor people who have lost their livelihood to COVID-19. It is really disappointing that this government did not take money from the provincial reserve to expand the humanitarian relief program. The ANC doesn't support this budget. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Bosman.
Good afternoon, Honourable Deputy Speaker and colleagues. I rise today to debate Vote 7 of the Western Cape Adjustments Appropriation COVID-19 Bill dealing with the Department of Social Development. During this pandemic, we have seen the role of the Social Development Department brought front and centre as the people of the Western Cape came to deal with not just the health crisis, but the economic catastrophe brought to us by policy uncertainty and mismanagement of the social security safety nets administered by national government. Traditionally, the provincial department's role is to ensure the provision of a comprehensive network of social development services that enables and empowers the most vulnerable members of our Western Cape communities, specifically our children, the elderly, and those with special needs. This adjustment budget and the key programs I'm outlining are a mechanism to ensure that we deliver comprehensive services to the people of the Western Cape, services they currently desperately need because our national government has not been able to provide comprehensive and coordinated relief of distress through the agency charged in terms of legislation with the duty to administer social support across provinces. That is the dysfunctional South African Social Security Agency. The COVID-19 pandemic has seen a social development challenge, the magnitude of which none of us could have imagined. The public and private sectors have been stretched to capacity and beyond. And in so many instances, the turnaround time for support and for response has been unthinkable. Nevertheless, we have witnessed tremendously encouraging signs of support, and the outstanding work of NGOs and charitable organizations cannot go without mention. The collaboration amongst private sector business, NPOs, and local and provincial governments have been nothing short of a Herculean effort to combat COVID-19. We have seen municipalities come out and offer local halls as SASSA venues to assist the agency in paying out grants, which it's been unable to do successfully. We've witnessed the rapid reprioritization of funds and emergency expenditure in the Western Cape so as to meet the immense needs and difficulties of the day. And in the Western Cape, the Provincial Department of Social Development has swiftly reacted to the crisis by adding extra capacity to shelters, bolstering its support to victims of gender-based violence, reprioritizing funds to daycare centers, and extending over 70 million rand for food relief in this province. We did not need a court order to instruct us to resume feeding schemes for learners. The Western Cape swiftly and responsibly remained the only province to do so under the lockdown due to our commitment to uplifting the most vulnerable. This was further made possible by our prudent financial management, which availed emergency funds from the provincial treasury. Deputy Speaker, the current adjustment has an increase of nearly 8 million to further support the work of this department. This means that while the DA delivers a budget to beat COVID in the Western Cape, Pretoria uses the crisis to line the pockets of cadres and comrades. We have been inundated with cases of such comrades stealing food parcels and illegally obtaining relief of distress grants. Through you, Deputy Speaker, I want to correct Member Baku Force. Nobody is driving a propagandist agenda against the ANC national government. We do not need propaganda. The ANC is actually stealing and siphoning off funding intended for the poor through the constant looting by their cadres. Our persons with disabilities suffer a series of challenges when it comes to applying for and even receiving social grants. The availability of SASSA-appointed doctors for assessment is one such concern, exemplified in the reality that for the residents of George, Knysna, Mossel Bay, and Plettenberg Bay, as well as Riversdale, there are just 4 doctors to conduct these assessments. Even though SASSA and the National Department of Social Development has left our people on their own, our provincial department has continued to support people with disabilities by assisting 39 special homes and extending the provision of PPE. The department has continued to fund workshops, it has subsidized the salaries of daycare centers, and it has subsidized the transport costs at 44 centers. This support is done even with the reduction in the budget for persons with disabilities. Along with this, Deputy Speaker, the department has continued to support old age homes with additional allocations of 2.5 million to increase their capacity and to ensure that these homes protect our older persons. Deputy Speaker, this department is committed to ensuring the safety, and through its work, it is spearheading its assigned safety priority. The DSD safety priority, focusing on children and youth at risk, looks specifically at assisting young people with psychosocial and specialized interventions that combat alienation and challenging behavior amongst youth. I welcome the increase in funding for children and families, and specifically the support provided to early childhood development centers. 10.2 million rand has been reprioritized for the procurement of PPE to prepare ECD sites for the reopening and the prevention and management of the spread of COVID-19. The reopening of ECD facilities is critical as more and more parents have to return to work, and it also ensures that many hungry children are being fed at these ECDs. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it is profoundly sad that as we deal with a massive health crisis and an economic crisis sponsored by the ANC in Pretoria, we have to contend with the scourge of gender-based violence, a crisis that has now reached boiling point. As a department consistently working to stem the tide of GBV, we will continue to intensify its programs against GBV through the deployment of approximately 30 social workers specializing in gender-based violence prevention interventions and expanding substance abuse services and shelter services for abused women and children in rural areas. This will enable GBV service delivery coordination at the district municipal level and thus strengthen the whole of society approach to combating the social ill. This government is shelter beds for gender-based violence. Deputy Speaker, we need to do more to stop the scourge of violence against women and children. I want to recognize the hard work that is being done by the many NGO partners, the hundreds of social workers, and the great lengths gone to support the staff members of this department. It is high time that National Cabinet lives up to its declaration of social development as a frontline service and match the efforts of not just the Western Cape, but the absolutely phenomenal work of our partner NPOs and our residents who have demonstrated the real spirit of Ubuntu at a time when the philosophy requires substantial embodiment. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank our Provincial Social Development Department for the hard work they are doing under these exceptionally difficult circumstances. This, even though there has been widespread confusion caused by Minister Zulu, confusion that has sought to impede the voluntary charitable efforts by community feeding schemes. Under Minister Lindiwe Zulu, we have seen no clarity from National in terms of dealing with homelessness. In fact, the Minister admits she is uncertain as to where this responsibility falls. Even through this confusion, Deputy Speaker, our provincial department has distributed more than 130,000 food parcels, each of which feeds a family of 5. It has assisted with the distribution of 200,000 daily cooked meals, and it has continued to fund over 1,000 social workers. Deputy Speaker, again, this was done without corruption. We have no suspended MECs, no tenders for comrades in DA-led governments for COVID-19 relief, and certainly we do not wait for the courts to tell us to jump to action when the needs around us are so incredibly obvious. Again, Deputy Speaker, while the DA delivers a budget to beat COVID-19 in the Western Cape, Pretoria uses this crisis to line the pockets of cadres and comrades. The time for Minister Zulu to act has already passed. We are now in dire need to catch up and rapidly roll out the safety nets the President's promised. More than half of the poorest are unemployed, millions are without hope, and families are without the knowledge of where and when they will be able to feed their children. I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every member of the Social Development Standing Committee, as well as specifically Minister Shana Fernandez and her department for the meaningful and robust engagement we have had this far. A very big thank you goes to our procedural officer, Ms. Nomonde Jankre, for carrying out her work so diligently, as well as the support she gives to our committee. A special thank you goes to the members of the public for their eagerness to contribute to the oversight work of the committee and for supporting feeding schemes. Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports this vote.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call on Honourable Makamba Botia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The budget increase of 6.7 million in the Children and Families Programme is welcomed, but need more. This is just a drop in the ocean. Our people out there are hungry and have no means to feed their families. The economic freedom fighters take note that the restorative services budget remain unchanged, even though we are of the opinion that it should have been increased. This is an important program, especially when it comes to addressing issues of substance abuse in our communities. mostly amongst the youth stressed and
1 minute. Full member, 1 minute. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is an important program, especially when it comes to addressing issues of substance abuse in our communities, mostly amongst the youth, stressed and unemployed people, and also our homeless people. Connected to the program is also the issue of alcohol abuse in our communities, which has a link and often contributes to the commission of the crime, such as drinking and driving, which causes accidents in our roads that often results in fatalities, the crime of domestic violence and other forms of contact crime. The social relief budget of 13.9 million is insufficient, taking into account that we are in the middle of a deadly pandemic where most of our people, specifically Black communities, remain disadvantaged and vulnerable as they continue to lose their jobs and income streams. These people and their families would then look upon this government department for food relief and other aid. The department must also facilitate a strong cooperation with the Department of Human Settlement in order to make housing provisions for victims of abuse as part of its victim empowerment initiative. The minister made mention of food parcels distributed. I just want to know how many of these food parcels were distributed and to who. We know very well that these food parcels were distributed to DA volunteers and our people have been left hungry. Economic Freedom Fighters does not support this budget because it is not enough to cater an overwhelming number of unemployed people in this province who goes to bed on an empty stomach. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call on Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the biggest impact of COVID-19 in a scale much larger than the health impact due to lockdown and preventative measures is the humanitarian crisis. And within days of the lockdown at the end of March, we saw the writing on the wall that we were facing a food security and nutrition crisis that would be and is going to be overwhelming. And this is why we say the funding allocated to humanitarian relief is completely inadequate. In this social development budget, we should be seeing our provincial government acknowledging this crisis and doing something about it. But what we see instead is an overall increase of only 7.9 million rand. And through a rollover of unspent funds, the department makes a 25 million rand contribution to food relief, and that's it. All of the funding for humanitarian relief should have been agglomerated in this vote in order to have the maximum impact. IT systems and call centres do not constitute humanitarian relief, and it is disingenuous to attempt to inflate the government's support for the most vulnerable by including these expenses as humanitarian relief. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognise Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when we saw and we heard the numbers of people calling in to the call center and money had to be forked out in order to accommodate all these calls, we knew that COVID is not only a health problem, but as my colleague said, a humanitarian problem. Speaker, if the MSC can just tell us, I mean, I know she said it before, that the provincial department jumped in when SASSA did not do their role, and that's why they rolled out the feeding schemes. But she also spoke about all of government approach, because this disaster must never happen again where people go hungry. So I just believe the small amounts that have been allocated to assist feeding is not enough. But I know that the department cannot do it on its own, and we also want to compliment and praise all the NGOs that feed people on a daily basis. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. I now recognise Honourable Murray.
Thank you so much, Chair Lady. I support the budget, but, and this is a big but, we must not allow COVID-19 to hide our own shortcomings and lack of administrative excellence in no way. A state which does not serve the best interests and protect its elderly does not deserve the loyalty and respect of its citizenry when they are young. Because today's elderly were yesterday's economically active people. They planned and built this country to what we are privileged to enjoy today. Therefore, I propose, Chair Lady, that a separate budget allocation should be made under Vote 7 for poverty relief and poverty eradication projects. We must identify poverty areas and hotspots, and we must plan and budget for it. And the province should take this very serious, because each department I've listened to up till now have hidden their shortcomings in delivery behind COVID-19. COVID-19 has become a bogeyman.
Thank you, Honourable Murray. Your time is up. Thank you. I note that Honourable Brinkhuis is not here. Now we revert to the Honourable Minister Fernandes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Am I audible? Can you hear me loud and clear?
We can.
I wish to thank the members for participating in this debate. And I also think it's necessary to address, I think, some misconceptions. So I indicated very clearly how the appropriation was done, but I think I'm going to start with Member Baku Vos, who talks about the agenda against the ANC. And Deputy Speaker, I would like to posit a different view and ask Member Baku Vos if the agenda is not on the part of the ANC against the citizens of South Africa. Because what we have seen in what should have been COVID-19 relief budget allocations, we have seen plundering and looting of the public purse. We talk about a sanitary dignity project. In Durban, 3 officials were arrested, 3 males were arrested for corruption regarding the sanitary dignity project. The sanitary dignity project is not a Western Cape run initiative. The sanitary dignity project was initiated by the National Department of Women, and not the Provincial Department of Social Development. And the purpose of the Sanitary Dignity Project, I need to alert my honourable colleague, was to measure the impact in the levels of absenteeism of young learners at school. So we have identified certain quintile schools up to 100 and 212 schools, but we cannot deliver sanitary pads to schools that are currently unoccupied, where we run the risk of it being stolen. On the issue of shelters, yes, about 26 shelters during lockdown stage 5 and 4. The only provision that could be made was with a court order to certain shelters, facilities, whether it was old age homes, child and youth care centers. But we made provision in this province, and we had 4 COVID shelters dedicated where survivors of abuse could go into quarantine for the 14 days, and after that, if they tested negative, they would then go into one of the other shelters for 3 or 4 months where they could be taken care of. We talk about PPEs. PPEs are important, Honourable Deputy Speaker. One of the requirements that came through all the regulations was that no one could go back to work or their workplace without having the necessary protective equipment. So we had to think quickly and reallocate funds accordingly. There is a project for ECDs, which the Honourable Baku Vos is aware, the Vangasali project, to try and bring unregistered ECDs into the program. And we supported that and still continue to support that program. We continue to serve our children, but I must say here again, the National Department has provided little guidance on the issue of ECDs, and more than 110,000 ECDs, according to Focus 2 nights ago, have been forced to close, and it is the lives and livelihoods of mostly women that were impacted because they are carers. So we didn't only lose lives, we are losing livelihoods due to the irrational directions that have come out from social development. And let me not talk to the issue of the banning of hot food. We had to take the national government to parliament, to court, to get sense for them to understand that in the middle of winter, You cannot deprive a citizen from a hot plate of porridge or a hot plate of soup. The CNDCs were handed back to the province on the 1st of April. Our CNDCs now feed 11,000 beneficiaries per day. But then, Honourable Deputy Speaker, let me get back to the issue of SASSA, where the Honourable Baku force that SASSA, Social Relief of Distress, has been the saving grace. The administration of SASSA grants leaves a lot to be desired. Yesterday, the Eastern Cape, the Western Cape, and Mpumalanga South African post offices ran out of money because they failed to plan. And let me tell you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, when the President announced the much lauded 350 Social Relief of Distress grant, there was hope. People thought at least we got something to carry on with. There are still people in July waiting for SRD payments from May, Honourable Speaker. And I do, Deputy Speaker, I do want to take you to the document. And again here, this is research that was conducted. It is a research paper, number 456 from the Social Science Research Center, and it talks about the expansion of social protection. We know that President Ramaphosa on the 21st told the country that this was going to happen. Well, guess what? Not much happened. And what I would like to do is to highlight what I believe is the agenda against the Western Cape, Deputy Speaker, to talk to the breakdown. I've actually taken the time together with some officials in the department to look at the disparities that exist with the Social Relief of Distress grant. Firstly, the Western Cape has by far the highest rejection rate of any province. At nearly 50% of applications have been rejected. 269,389 applications were rejected. 281,184 were approved out of 629,816 applications received. Listen to this, Deputy Speaker. The next highest rejection rate is nowhere near that, being the Northern Cape at 32%. All other provinces have rejection rates of around 25 to 30%. As a result, the Western Cape, which has the third highest population in South Africa, has by far the lowest percentage of its population receiving the grant, while smaller provinces such as Limpopo and the Eastern Cape have more than double the number of approved applications compared to the Western Cape. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, Deputy Speaker, but numbers don't lie. And these numbers need to be interrogated, because somehow I'm beginning to think the agenda is driven against the Western Cape and not the other way around. The President himself, President Ramaphosa, told the press on the 31st of May that the capacity of the state has a major problem with respect to the emergency grant. He states he inherited, he said, a weakened state. Setting up the new grant had been a huge challenge. But the first grants had been paid and they were only 120,000. What he failed to say to the people is that the politics in the national government, the presidency had this grant all sorted out, but the minister and the CEO of SASSA had a different idea. So I would encourage my ANC colleagues and all members to go and look at the CSSR working paper number 456 for July 2020, which highlights the incapacity of the state to deliver on its mandate as stated in Chapter 3 of the Social Assistance Act. So again, I quote, in short, the emergency social protection measures have entailed disappointingly little, disappointingly late, with a still small chance that they will become features of South Africa's welfare state. Similarly, Deputy Speaker, I need to talk to the food parcels delivered by SASSA. In the CSSR working paper number 455 of July 2020, which looks at feeding by national from March to June 2020, it states that this gives a total of 105,000 food parcels, which is what SASSA, that was delivered by SASSA over a 3-month period. And that then says the national government delivered the same amount of food in the 3 months as it would have done in any other period. So we must look to national and say, have they come to the party in terms of the much needed humanitarian aid that is required? And I do want to say that national government has failed to feed the poor. The 50 billion that SASSA is sitting on, but due to their incompetence, they cannot deliver to the people. And one must question why the Western Cape is being punished, needs to be looked at. Then, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we have disability grant beneficiaries who applied in February and March. I was horrified to hear in a meeting last Monday that their applications have now been extended to August, September. So they have not received their 1,860 Rand plus the 250 top-up. Instead, they were recommended by SASSA to apply, not be granted, to apply for the 350 SRD. So our most vulnerable have been let down by the very entity that is supposed to ensure that they are cared for and that their best interests are considered. What we see here is an epic failure on the part of national government to deliver on a mandate. But Deputy Speaker, anecdotally, in some other part of the country, we have a mayor whose wife claimed a disability grant for 3 children from 2013 to 2019. Now you tell me if stealing from the poor cannot be epitomized in any other way than that. We do not inflate the prices of blankets. We do not inflate the prices of food. We work with civil society to bring the change. I then want to thank Honourable Gillian for his input. He has proven to be a very capable chairperson, and I do value his input and support and that of the committee. Then in response to the Honourable Makamba Botha, thank you, Botia, thank you for your support. I do note your comments. I do want to alert you that in our safety meeting, which is between Minister Fritz and I, we have the alcohol harms reduction on the table. We are also focusing on violence prevention, and we're taking a gendered approach. So it has to be an inclusive, integrated approach. And we are going to be looking at the state of shelter reports, where the Western Cape has featured quite significantly, with 1 or 2 areas for revision. The Honourable Heron, you are indeed correct. I would have expected the presidency to make an announcement that all provinces would receive humanitarian aid funding. But instead, we heard and saw silly conversations around...
Oh, there I am. Thank you, my brother.
Honourable Fritz.
Minister Fritz, put your
sorry.
mic on mute.
That's mute tricks.
So, Honourable Deputy Speaker, instead of 10 billion to SAA, it would have been great if the Presidency or National Treasury had allocated the money to the provinces who are most in need. And I can alert you that we have, through the EDP desk, we have been told that, and we don't need to be told that it's coming, the crisis is going to deepen. And with 1.6 million SASSA beneficiaries, we now see nearly 3 million people who are in acute distress. So we do need national to come to the party. The province simply cannot maintain this humanitarian program. Honourable Christians, thank you. It is an all-of-government approach, and through our humanitarian work stream, we worked well with the district municipalities. You would have heard Minister Bradal state that they had provided 16.2 million, and here again, National DSD appointed a NPO in Johannesburg called Kirinox. They were granted 50 million to feed homeless people in shelters across the country. Well, guess what? In less than 6 weeks, the Kirinox contract was done. And again, provinces were left on their own. And here I must say thank you to all of local government who stepped up and provided the food and nutrition for these people. So again, we are at the mercy of national government. And then
Honourable Minister, 1 minute, please. We have a point of order. Honourable Bochia, what is your point of order?
Deputy Speaker, thank you. It's not really a point of order. It's just a correction on what the Minister has mentioned, that we have supported the budget. We, as the Economic Freedom Fighters, we have not supported the budget because we have made mention that it's not enough for the Western Cape population. Thank you.
Thank you. Your point is noted. Honourable Minister Fernandes, although it wasn't a point of order, you may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It was a debating point, but I apologise. I imagine in the honourable member's opening line, I heard support as I've written it down, but I note the point. And then coming to the Honourable Marais, indeed, poverty, gender-based violence, substance abuse knows no colour, no political ideology, no class, because it doesn't wear a yellow, green, blue or red t-shirt. And I do agree that we must stop politicizing issues, and I need to set the record straight. When our food parcels were delivered, the 50,000 food parcels, I, as the Minister for the department, made it very clear that our parcels were going to be distributed through the 4 NPOs, which had great experience in humanitarian relief, and our social work officers in the 6 regions coordinated support either directly with the beneficiaries or through the municipal manager. We use the same criteria as SASSA uses for their social relief of distress. So I do want to dispel the myth that the food went to DA volunteers. I reject that. It's a blatant untruth. Honourable Deputy Speaker, in closing, I must thank all the members for their contribution today. I must thank Honourable Bosman and the Standing Committee for, sorry, there's a hand, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Marais. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Marais, what's your point of order?
Speaker, the Minister confuses what I said. I never spoke about a race, and I never said it only go to certain people. I said a special vote must be created under vote 7 to make allowance for poverty relief. I never mentioned that DA councillors are involved. So when she refers to me and responds to me, she mustn't bring up issues I never spoke of. Please, I never said what she...
Thank you very much. I know that's not a point of order, it's a point of debate, but I'm sure the Minister will take note. Thank you very much. Honourable Minister Fernandes, if you can proceed.
Honourable Marais, my apologies. The issue of the food parcels, I think was Honourable Makamba Boita, but I have responded and I affirm your statement regarding all lives. And that is why I said when we deal with hunger, when we deal with poverty, when we deal with GBV and substance abuse, I am saying, in my experience, it knows no color. Because a rapist or a perpetrator doesn't ask a person which political party you belong to or whether you live in Khayelitsha or Clifton. That was the point that I was trying to make, but my apologies if I have offended you. Honourable Deputy Speaker, then allow me to go back to saying thank you. I have thanked the members, I've thanked the chairperson and the committee for their robust yet transparent and dignified engagement. I wish to thank my colleague in the opposition benches, Ms. Baku Vos. We enjoy a very good relationship, and if there's ever a challenge, she knows that she can call on me, as do all other members. And then I would like to thank the Premier for his leadership through this crisis. The Premier has led from the front and by example, and his example has allowed us as a cabinet to collaborate better together, and a lot of what we bring to COVID-19 is as a result of long hours of collaboration. And then finally, in closing, Deputy Speaker, I do wish to thank our head of department, Dr. Robert MacDonald, for his guidance, his leadership. He has years of experience, and in my first year of office, he has proven to be an absolute rock, and together with the entire management team, they have helped to keep Team DSD focused and able to address the challenges. And it would be remiss of me to not say thank you to all our essential workers, frontline workers fighting this pandemic. And I do trust, Deputy Speaker, that we will move away from petty politics and mudslinging. But in the midst of this pandemic, we will realize that we need to work together to solve the challenges that exist in our problem, because I do agree with Minister Mania, it does seem as if we are on our own. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That concludes the debate on this vote. I now call on the Secretary to read the third order of the day.
Debate on Vote 12, Economic Opportunities and Tourism, Western Cape Adjustments Appropriation COVID-19 Bill 2020-21 financial year.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I now call on the Honourable Minister Mania.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased today to table the adjusted budget for Vote 12, the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. The COVID-19 pandemic is costing lives and costing jobs, and we now estimate that we will lose 10.2% in gross value add and 167,000 jobs this year in the Western Cape. And so the Department of Economic Development and Tourism has worked around the clock to support business and to back business, not just to open, but to open safely in the Western Cape. We don't want business just to survive through the crisis. We also want to identify opportunities to do things better, to pivot and to adapt and to do business in a more innovative way. This means that we need to continue to create an enabling environment for the private sector and for the markets to drive economic growth and create jobs in the Western Cape. And so where certain sectors have been able to open safely and open responsibly, we have actively engaged with national government to allow them to open and have had considerable success in e-commerce, in construction, and now in the tourism sector, which of course is vital for the economic recovery in the Western Cape. And we will continue to do so. In fact, it's critical that a more common sense approach is applied to restrictions that are preventing the liquor, the hospitality, and the tourism sector from opening in the Western Cape. We have repeatedly called for the opening of the economy in a way that is safe and responsible. And so we welcome the announcement yesterday by the Minister of Tourism that accommodation for leisure is now open for travel within provinces, and that the curfew has been relaxed to start at 10 p.m. to allow restaurants an uninterrupted dinner service. While these adjustments to the restrictions will help mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on these sectors, they do not go far enough. And unless urgent action is taken by national government, we will find ourselves not only in a fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, but also a fight against an even more daunting unemployment pandemic in South Africa. Now, Deputy Speaker, we have taken a number of steps to support businesses through the COVID-19 pandemic. We have set up a COVID-19 content center with our partners at Westgrow and the City of Cape Town to provide support and advice for businesses during the crisis. We've launched the COVID-19 Support Finder, which helps businesses navigate and access the many financial relief packages available to them. And we have launched a smartphone app, which is an innovative one-stop shop for existing and potential business owners to get all the resources they need to start and to scale up and to grow their small businesses. And we have, through our red tape reduction unit, assisted businesses to understand and to navigate the complex regulations which have resulted as a result of the lockdown. And Deputy Speaker, to date, we have had over 139,000 businesses visit our support business website. Over 2,639 queries have been dealt with by our COVID content center. 6,888 businesses have used our COVID-19 support finder, and over 1,200 queries have been dealt with by our red tape reduction unit. Just last week, we announced the launch of our Tourism Product Development Fund, which commits a total of 5 million rand to support new or existing tourism products and experiences in the Western Cape. The Tourism Product Development Fund is just one example of the many ways in which we've been working hard to support the tourism sector, which has been hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic and is facing significant job losses in the Western Cape. But that is not all. Deputy Speaker, to ensure that businesses remain open and that more people get back to work, it's also important that all employers and employees adhere to critical safety measures to stop the spread of COVID-19 in the workplace. And so we have made a number of valuable resources available for employers and employees returning to work, which can be found on the Western Cape Government's website. We've made available health guidelines and information material on preventing and managing COVID-19 infections in the workplace. We have assisted businesses to find personal protective equipment suppliers through our PPE marketplace. We have provided employees with frequently asked questions that advise them on how to stay safe in the workplace and what their employer needs to do to ensure their safety. And we have provided employees and customers with a mechanism to report businesses that are not following the necessary health guidelines to stop the spread of the virus in the workplace. To date, we have received 1,325 complaints in respect of non-compliance via our online form, of which 960, I'm pleased to report, have been resolved. And of course, we've begun the process of rolling out 11,000 COVID-19 business safety kits to small businesses and informal traders across the Western Cape. Now, Speaker, the Department of Economic Development and Tourism will continue to play a critical role in our fight against the COVID-19 pandemic as we help businesses to stay safe and to open safely in the Western Cape. The main appropriation of 604.6 million rand has been adjusted down by 57 million rand to 547.5 million rand for the 2020-21 financial year. I'll not deal in detail with the adjustments, but I would like to highlight some of the initiatives that will help businesses to stay open and stay safe in the fight against COVID-19 in the Western Cape. We have allocated an additional 14 million rand, which includes 3 million rand to provide professional occupational health and safety support to small businesses, 9 million rand to a SME COVID-19 Relief and Recovery Fund to support small businesses, and then 2 million rand for the screening of passengers at the George Airport. Just this week, in fact, we saw the first flight land at George Airport thanks to a significant effort from our Department of Economic Development and Tourism, who worked hard together with the Airports Company of South Africa, the George Airport Management, the George Municipality, and then most importantly, our own Provincial Department of Health, to put in place the necessary health screening for the George Airport to open. And the George Airport, of course, is a critical transport link for business travelers working in the Garden Route district, and is also a critical enabler of the oil and gas sector, which is engaged in exploratory drilling off the coast of Mossel Bay. And so this 2 million rand investment not only supports businesses in the Garden Route district, but I think goes a long way to saving jobs and saving the economy in the Western Cape. To further support small businesses and in the formal and informal sector during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have shifted an additional 17.93 million rand to support small businesses through that have been negatively impacted by COVID-19. And we've shifted 2 million rand to a COVID-19 small business supplier development program, which will support small businesses manufacturing cloth masks and hand sanitizers and dispensers during this period. We have, in addition, Deputy Speaker, shifted an additional 2 million rand to a community economic recovery project to stimulate the informal economy by distributing electronic vouchers to about 150 community kitchens so that they can be redeemed from local spaza shops and support the local economy. Our contribution to the COVID-19 response has been achieved by committing 17.5 million rand in baseline reduction.
Minister Mania, 1 minute. It might, I think when they change the cameras, it does a bit of feedback. You may now proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our contribution to the COVID-19 response has been achieved by committing 72.5 million rand in baseline reductions, 4.58 million rand through cost containment, 2.08 million through the reprioritization of expenditure, 35.1 million rand through the reprioritization across our public entities, and 30.74 million rand through a review of compensation for employees. Speaker, the efficient and effective performance of our Port of Cape Town is critical to economic recovery and growth for the Western Cape. However, ongoing operational challenges have resulted in poor service levels and those have impacted negatively on our economy in the Western Cape. The COVID-19 pandemic has aggravated the situation to such a degree that 3 major shipping lines cancelled calls to Cape Town or implemented a Cape Town congestion surcharge. This required urgent action and intervention, and today I'm pleased to confirm that through ongoing engagements between ourselves and the Transnet Port Terminals Management, we have in recent weeks seen some very welcome developments. Mr. Velile Dube has been appointed as the new CEO of Transnet Port Terminals. A crew of 20 staff members were brought in from the Port of Cape Town to temporarily, the Port of Durban, to temporarily assist the Port of Cape Town, and the Port of Cape Town has received 4 new straddle cranes. The results is that the average crane moves per day has increased from 533 in the week of the 25th of May to 1,661 last week. And the period of berthing vessels at anchor has been reduced from 20 days to 6 days. The expectation is that 2 vessels will dock today after a waiting period of just 2 days. And I'm sure that we all agree that this is a significant improvement. And if this performance is sustained during the next week and beyond, means that main services to Cape Town could possibly be reinstalled by the second week of August. Of course, there is still much work to be done. And I look forward to engaging with the Minister of Public Enterprises, Pravin Gordhan, and the Transnet management team to implement the permanent, if you like, structural changes that are required to ensure that the Port of Cape Town is a globally competitive port. Deputy Speaker, in closing, while much of our attention in the last few months has been on supporting businesses to open safely, we are now also looking to the future. Work has begun on a provincial recovery plan, which includes economic recovery and will be funded, of course, in the second adjustment budget towards the end of 2020. In the meantime, we will all continue to pull together, and we will continue to work together over the coming days and coming months to save lives and to save livelihoods in South Africa. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank the Head of Department, Soli Fari, and the entire Department of Economic Development and Tourism for their continued dedication, professionalism, and tireless commitment to the people and to the economy of the Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. As per the agreement of both Chief Whips, we have a small change to the list. I now call on Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to go a bit earlier as I'm due in the NCOP right after this speech. Honourable Deputy Speaker, fellow South Africans, I rise today on debate vote 12 of the Western Cape Adjustments Appropriation COVID-19 Bill 2020-2021 dealing with economic development and tourism. There has been a net decrease of 57 million rand in the Department of Economic Development and Tourism in the adjustment budget. The net decrease comprises of a 72.5 million rand budget cut due to the national government not increasing the equitable share of the province, having to cut from baselines from existing programs in order to fund its COVID-19 relief response. It is then bolstered with 15.5 million rand in funding from the Provincial Revenue Fund of the Western Cape. President Ramaphosa promised provinces 20 billion rand in funding for COVID-19, but then later it was revealed that in fact provinces will need to fund their COVID-19 programs on their own. This means that in the Economic Development and Tourism vote, the department had to focus on finding ways to save money across programs in order to allocate money to the Provincial Health Department and other provincial departments where funds were needed for COVID-19 operations. These savings included 30.7 million rand on compensation of employees since lockdown created a delay in filling of vacancies, cuts across earmarked allocations of 35.1 million rand, cost containment of 4.5 million rand, and cuts on travel. The 15.5 million rand in funding allocated from the Provincial Revenue Fund will be used in this department for assisting businesses to comply with regulations and trading responsibilities and to ensure the health and safety of workers and customers, amounting to 1.5 million rand. Providing working capital in the form of a grant between 75,000 rand up to 100,000 rand to small businesses that are operating and will open after the easing of the economic lockdown on 1 June 2020, amounting to 9 million rand. And assisting George Airport, the third largest airport in terms of business travel in the country, with the screening of passengers, and this allowing it to open up and comply with COVID-19 protocols, amounting to 2 million rand. The reason the provincial government is assisting George Airport, in fact, is because AXA asked for help because the national government was absent without leave. This funding will include the provision of 2 doctors and 2 nurses. Otherwise, the airport would have remained closed and business directly and indirectly affected would have suffered. I welcome the announcement of the newly launched Tourism Product Development Fund recently by the Provincial Department of Economic Development and Tourism. The initiative pledged a total of 5 million rand to both current and new tourism products in the province. This funding initiative will be utilized for tourism-related activities, since this is one of the industries that have been negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The aim of this fund is to ensure that adequate support is provided for the establishment and promotion of sustainable tourism within the Western Cape, as we find ourselves in times that require incredible innovation and creativity. This is another example of the provincial government filling the gaps left by the National Tourism Department. The introduction of the fund is proof of the provincial government's confidence in long-term outlook of tourism in the Western Cape. Further, no payments to any freelance tour guide in the Western Cape have yet been made from the National Government Tourism Relief Fund that was promised. The tourism industry and its workers continue to suffer while National fails to properly address the needs of the sector at this time. At the start of June, Minister Ngubane announced a 1,500 Rand per month relief fund. The fund is for freelance tour guides who are registered with the relevant provincial authorities and would offer much needed relief for 3 months. The Western Cape Registrar has successfully completed all necessary information and updating of the registered tour guide database for the province. It has been submitted to the National Department of Tourism, but no payouts have taken place, despite a deadline set by the Minister herself for the start of July. It is the end of July, Deputy Speaker. Tourism is an incredibly important sector of the Western Cape economy. Over 3 billion Rand has been lost by the industry since the start of lockdown, with at least 20% of tourism businesses set to close by the end of the year. There are over 12,000 registered freelance tour guides in the Western Cape alone. These individuals represent families, single parents, and communities. Their livelihoods have been all but decimated due to the economic impact of COVID-19. We cannot afford to see more suffer without the safety net that should have been provided by the National Department. And whilst we do welcome the extension of the curfew to 10 o'clock and the opening of intra-provincial travel, these measures are too little, too late, with many small businesses and entrepreneurs already having to close their doors. On Twitter, you would see today that in Kalk Bay, the Olympia Cafe is unfortunately having to close down in an area that boasts tourism industry. It is irrational that the Minister Ngubane remains steadfast on the ban of home sharing services such as Airbnb, when in fact such services by their very nature lend themselves towards social distancing. Further, the blanket ban on alcohol is yet another short-sighted instrument that stifles tourism in the province. Research indicates that better alternatives could involve a potential temporary minimum price per unit of consumption, enforcement of limited availability of liquor, and bolstered, targeted psychosocial support. While the DA delivers a budget to beat COVID-19 in the Western Cape, Pretoria uses it to line the pockets of cadres and comrades. The Western Cape has further dealt with 3,833 direct inquiries for assistance from businesses, resolved 915 complaints related to workplace safety, and begun the process of rolling out 11,000 COVID-19 kits for business safety. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, international tourists are waiting for the day that they can walk down that aisle again in order to come and honeymoon at a world-class tourist destination, to come and visit family and friends, to visit our mountains and our beaches, to experience our vibrant cultures, and to embark upon an adventure of a lifetime. I thus urge every single resident of the Western Cape, help save our tourism industry. Now that travel and accommodation for leisure purposes have finally opened up, pack your bags, put on some sunscreen, and embark upon your adventure of a lifetime. And as Dr. Seuss would have said, you're off to great places. Today is your day. Your mountain is waiting, so get on your way. Deputy Speaker, we support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Member. I recognize Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Experts have warned that it's too early to tell if global economy is entering the recovery phase after the damage inflicted by COVID-19. So we have to be warned about the excursion that is encouraged by the chairperson of the standing committee. However, a shift is emerging of economies that are starting to move from immediate response to COVID-19 to putting in place the levers for recovery. At this critical time, the department has its budget by 57 million cut, which includes skills development and innovation, tourism, arts and entertainment, as well as economic planning, which should be leading us in this regard. As a proponent of opening up the economy, as we have just listened, since level 5, one would have expected some bold proposals through this adjustment in support of this call. Where is the economic recovery plan to steer our provincial economy to the realities of our new normal? If this is a budget to respond to COVID-19 pandemic that has collapsed people's lives, and we have about 3,009 by yesterday confirmed deaths as evidence to such, and loss of earnings by corporates and households, and yet a government of the day speaks smokes and mirrors tongue-tied about what its plans. And we just heard now that people must wear their bathing suits and off to the mountain. Such a scary advice. When will this provincial government and this department in particular confront the inequality of economic opportunities in this province that has driven the spike of income inequality that donated the lower classes of its citizens to COVID-19? The impact result of the Western Cape untransformed economy has been felt by many, and COVID-19 continued to lay such bare for everyone to see. The rife income inequality that was confirmed by statistics in 2019 was addressed down for who and what COVID-19 shall feast on when it lands in our shores. Did this government listen, nor even demonstrate some empathy to the realities of those this pandemic was to devour? It took SOPA to meet us plain, yet no significant announcement for that community was to come. Stakeholders of that community were engaged, including local businesses, and we sit with their well-prepared and articulated presentations about their tourism and other SMME development proposals that, when followed up, remain a subject of long-winded bureaucratic processes of this level of sphere of government, the consultation and other into the future. Deputy Speaker, level 5 to the current level 3 saw an upsurge of workspace contaminations, with this department found wanting in playing an active role to facilitate industry and employee relations that must drive coherence and stability to save the little left of what COVID-19 had destroyed of the few industries left to open during the lockdown. As an economic development department, I underscore, it chose to prioritize a role of interpretation services of lockdown regulation for companies and some tech solutions here with app, SMS, call center services that are more conveyor belts than part of solving problems for anxious employees losing work time and their earnings. Advocate Nicholas Smallbeck, an entrepreneur and an advocate in the High Court, bemoans the missed opportunity regarding the PPE spend to reboot the local clothing, textile, footwear and linked industry. He decries the laziness of domestic capital and poor policy choices which opt for import products rather than utilizing pre-existing local skills developed sometimes across generations, non-protection by tariffs to reinvest in the sector, and a poor focus of market spend that Westgro could have led. Instead, such men and women of the Cape Flats are at home with their communities declared COVID-19 hotspots and supported through food parcels and soup kitchens, whilst they are sitting with skills in the CTFL relevant for the demands of this time, and most clothing factories closed. The DA is hell-bent on maintaining the untransformed structure of the economy. This is further exposed by its procurement during this period. In response to my parliamentary question in June the 12th on whether the provincial government has procured any of its PPE from the Proudly South Africa website, the MEC replied no, let alone the adherence to the National Treasury local content and production regulations. arguing lack of readiness and availability of local markets to respond to supply demands placed by these regulations and their designation. The question to be asked of this department and its mandate is, where were they all this time, and where are they now to help correct this market failure and save capital outflows from the provincial and local economy? MEC just now told us that 2 million is given, to some small SMMEs to put up to manufacture masks against a 20 billion that has already gone, in purchasing PPEs here in this particular province. Is that a real serious economic development? 9 million allocation of SMME COVID-19 relief and recovery fund. Is that enough given the numbers of companies hit by economic impact? The lack of a deliberate strategy to drive and bolster local economies aligned to LED in municipalities is a serious concern, with informal traders bearing the brunt where they lost income as different municipalities were not ready to issue them trading permits. MEC assured me in level 4 that the city is distributing SMME kits to informal traders in Strand in Kailicha, which was a blue lie. A city itself was still during COVID-19 only starting to put database of these traders, and only last week started distributing these kits. How much of the allocation of hotspot strategy is dedicated to economic recovery in those communities, MEC, to support and enable local businesses environment during this COVID-19? There is an inverse relationship between the level of COVID-19 infections and socioeconomic status of those it affects. Where there is high levels of inequality, there is similarly high levels of infections. As the saying goes, every setback is an opportunity for a comeback. We must use COVID-19 as an accelerant for investment to transform the structure of the economy and narrow inequality gaps. As the ANC, guided by our alliance partner, the SACP, we can't go back to crisis before the crisis, and thus we do not support this vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognise Honourable Makamba Botia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is shocking to see a department which should be in the forefront of driving the economic recovery plan and empowering business to be the one cutting its budget. Here we're talking about a provincial department that is expected to work tirelessly in driving economic growth, employment opportunities, and accelerating the ease of doing business by dismantling red tape, just to name the few. However, with these budget cuts, it does not look like the department is moving in the right direction. In actual fact, it is going nowhere. The skills development and innovation budget is reduced by 3.7 million at the time when skills and innovation techniques are needed in every part of the world in order to overcome turbulence before us. This is so even when small businesses in townships continue to battle with the economic hardships presented by the coronavirus pandemic, and would make use of every business skills development training and innovative techniques in order to survive. It is also concerning that the red tape budget is reduced by 6.2 million at a time when struggling with SMEs will be looking for opportunities to do business with government. The consumer protection budget is also cut by 1.1 million in the midst of a pandemic where big businesses have been hiking prices of essential items and charging consumers exorbitant amounts. This does not look like a government with the aim and intention of assisting business and consumers. It is that reason for the EFF that we are not supporting this budget. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makamba Botia. I now recognise Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in this budget vote, we see an allocation of 25 million rand to public corporations and private enterprises and non-profit institutions. This is at the same scale of food relief funding that we saw allocated in the social development vote. The allocation includes 9 million rand for a Western Cape SMME relief fund. But according to the Small Enterprise Development Agency, the Western Cape had 260,000 SMMEs in 2019. So given the scale of the sector, a 9 million rand relief fund looks like tokenism, and we have to ask what this government hopes to achieve with this. And is this the best use of the total 25 million rand freed up from budget cuts and additional funding? And would this funding not have been better served supporting humanitarian relief? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Heron. I now recognise Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ACDP supports the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Honourable Member Murray.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I'm a bit humoured here. You cannot tie a man's hands behind his back and then blame him for not performing his duties. Central government is tying our hands. They dictate to us around every corner, and then they blame us for not delivering. I say let's divorce. Let's sign divorce papers. Let's call it subsidiarity, call it federalism, call it whatever you like, self-determination. But it's time that we serve divorce papers on central government and tell them, you waste your money the way you want to, and we will spend our money the way we want to. Let's divorce. And I want the DA to get the courage to support the Freedom Front. Let's sign divorce papers. Let's go for federal autonomy and do our own thing. We'll perform much better if we leave them behind. If anybody wants to steal, steal your own tax. Don't steal the taxes of the people of other provinces. Steal your own money. I think it's time that we tell the national government we want a divorce.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise the Minister, Honourable Mania. Thank you. Honourable Mania, Minister Mania, over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to begin by thanking all the honourable members who have, of course, participated in this debate on Vote 12, the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. And I would like to thank the members who recognised the hard work put in by the department to save jobs and save the economy in the Western Cape. I'd then like to turn to responding to some of the issues raised. First, I certainly associate myself with the comments of the Honourable Deirdre Barton in supporting the tourism sector in the Western Cape. And I'd also like to assure her that we will vigorously follow up with national government on outstanding relief funds which have not been dispersed and which will ultimately save the tourism sector go some way to saving the tourism sector in the Western Cape. Which then brings me to the Honourable Nomi Nkondlo. The Honourable Nkondlo says that there are no proposals, but of course, and she mentions them, there are proposals in order for the immediate response to the economic crisis. And those proposals include, Deputy Speaker, an allocation of an additional 9 million rand to an SMME relief and recovery fund, which will, of course, provide grant funding to support small businesses, both in the formal and in the informal sector, which have been negatively affected by COVID-19. We've also shifted an additional 2 million rand to a small business supplier development program, which will also provide grant funding to support small businesses, again, in the formal and in the informal sector, in order to adapt to provide, for example, products like masks and sanitizers as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. We've also shifted 2 million rand to a community economic recovery project, which will support spaza shops across the Western Cape. And of course, we have a PPE marketplace, which has been directed to stimulate local production in PPE. And I think we've had about 216,000 masks from various small businesses across this province pledged in the PPE marketplace. Of course, this is the immediate response. And as I've mentioned, the Provincial Recovery Plan, which includes economic recovery, the work is underway, and it will, of course, be funded in the second adjustments budget towards the end of 2020. The Honourable Nkondo Botya, of course, raises the 6.2 million rand reduction in the red tape reduction unit. I can assure you that this was a reduction in respect of COE, but we are confident that this will not compromise the red tape reduction unit's efficiency and its extraordinary contribution to assisting small businesses navigate the very complex changes in regulations. And of course, as such, their contribution to keeping businesses open in the Western Cape. The Honourable Brett Heron, of course, I associate myself with his concern about humanitarian relief. But at the end of the day, we are responsible and we must do what we can to support small businesses who are in distress across the Western Cape. That brings me then to the comment by the Honourable Marais. I'm not sure about divorce, but he is certainly correct in one respect. At the end of the day, the biggest binding constraint on economic recovery is national government, who is currently pursuing 3 different economic policies, all moving in different directions, which ultimately will compromise economic recovery, not just in the Western Cape, but across South Africa. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That concludes the debate on this vote. Honourable members, proceedings will now be suspended and will resume at 2 p.m. Thank you.
2. Deputy Speaker.
day is the vote for. I will request the Secretary to read the next order.
Vote 13, Cultural Affairs and Sport, Western Cape Adjustments Appropriation COVID-19 Bill, 2020-21 financial year.
Honourable Speaker, Premier, Cabinet colleagues and members of the Provincial Parliament, mayors from various municipalities, chairperson of the Standing Committee, head of department and managers of the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, our partners in the sport and culture sectors, members of the media, residents of the Western Cape. Speaker, today I table the Western Cape Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports adjustment budget for the 2020-21 financial year. Not only in a severely constrained fiscal environment, but in trying times while faced firstly with a current global health pandemic that is COVID-19 and a second pandemic of unemployment while experiencing a humanitarian relief crisis all at the same time. However, as history has shown time and again, through the many struggles nations and humanity as a whole have experienced together, the arts, sport, recreation and culture affairs have been the shared reprieve, restoring hope and inspirational motivation to move towards our common goals to overcome hardships together. With the already diminishing public funds available, adding further injury to an open wound, our main appropriation of 886.2 million was adjusted to 786.5 million, translated to a total decrease of 99.6 million to respond to the needs of those we serve through culture affairs, sport and creation. Speaker, the reprioritization of 56.1 million towards our provincial COVID-19 response was sought from reductions in cost of employment, goods and services, transfers and subsidies and capital assets. The reductions mainly relate to foregone expenditure as a result of lockdown regulations which affected travel and substance, catering, venues and facilities and fleet services, to name only a few. The budget initially allocated for non-critical vacant funded posts, together with events that could not continue as planned in the first quarter, and capital assets linked to vacant funded posts, as well as ITC refreshed equipment budgeted for the Rural Libraries Connectivity Program, were surrendered. We also reprioritized 2.9 million towards increased operational costs due to COVID-19, inclusive of the provision of personal protective equipment for staff and to purchase hand sanitizer dispensers, cloth masks, face shields and thermometers to be used in 50 buildings under our management. The regulations related to the national state of disaster and the subsequent lockdown, which have limited movement and gatherings of people have had a devastating impact on the arts, culture, heritage and sports sector due to cancellations and postponement of events. Motivated by Ernesto Ottone, UNESCO Assistant Director General for Culture, as he noted, and I quote, COVID-19 has brought into stark relief, as crises often do, the necessity of culture for people and communities. At a time when billions of people are physically separated from one another, culture brings us together. It provides comfort, inspiration and hope at a time of enormous anxiety and uncertainty. Yet even as we rely on culture to get us through this crisis, culture is also suffering. Many artists and creators, especially those that work in the informal or gig economy, are now unable to make ends meet, much less produce new works of art. Cultural institutions, both large and small, are losing millions in revenue with each passing day. As the world works to address the immediate danger of COVID-19, we also need to put in place measures to support artists and access to culture, both in the short and long term, unquote. Closer to home, the unprecedented actions taken to flatten the curve have resulted in the cancellation or postponements of events, limited opportunities for creatives to make an income, particularly in the gig and live performance economy, and as such a loss of income for creatives along the entire value chain of the culture and creative economy. Further to this, reports have informed that the lockdown has resulted in uncertainty among South Africans, particularly when it comes to spending. Even in a recovery phase, when a lockdown is eased, it is expected that the uncertainty will have an impact on households' consumption behavior, particularly willingness to spend on high-value goods, events, travel, and discretionary spending. Consumption will focus on essential items because of this experience. In response to this, the Western Cape government has come up with a number of relief options for various sectors of the economy. The reprioritization of just over 7 million enabled us to develop relief options for the culture, creative and sport industries we serve in the province, in addition to the National Department of Sports and Culture options. Focusing on the business continuity and the recovery phases of the fight against the COVID-19 outbreak, the provincial relief options also foregrounded two of the three pillars of the national response: social relief and economic recovery pillars. Aware of the very complex and involving COVID-19 environment, the relief options targeted areas of relief which can be achieved quickly, focusing on categories where support is most needed and most helpful. Our provincial relief options were inclusive of the following, for which a public call for applications closed on 19 May 2020. The Department of Cultural Affairs funded events project cancellations. The funds in this form of relief can be used towards cancellation fees to artists and committed funds in relation to production elements of the event, inclusive of artists' upfront fees, costume development, and these sorts. Arts venue and production cancellations. This includes 1, the arts venues and productions not funded by our department, and secondly, cancelled Western Cape productions scheduled to be presented outside the Western Cape and internationally. The funds in this form of relief can be used towards cancellation fees to artists and compensation to cover upfront fees to artists. Artists of creatives, this form of relief target freelance workers and independent contractors for fees for creatives whose events have been cancelled and who have not been paid cancellation fees or have lost income because of the cancellation as a result of the national state of disaster. This is inclusive of session musicians, buskers, visual artists, stage managers, and other creators along the value chain. The Community Arts Education and Training Organizations Fund will go towards direct costs related to the development and delivery of course or training content. The Humanitarian Relief or Legends Grant. Data shows that elderly people aged 60 years and above are the most vulnerable to COVID-19. This means that we needed to make a special effort to support artists in this age category, given that they are disproportionately and negatively impacted by the virus and therefore cannot take risks even after restrictions have been lifted. This also means that they will be the last of the starting blocks and will be kept out of work significantly longer than younger artists after the mandatory lockdown period. As the independent adjudication process officially concluded and their findings presented, outcomes of relief funding applications were communicated to all applicants from 20th of July 2020, followed by the transfer of the allocated relief funds. The Arts, Culture and Heritage Relief Fund of 4.7 million was set aside primarily to offer relief to creatives and not to compensate for losses incurred. The fund received 1,058 applications in total, with 948 adjudicated after duplications and unrelated applications were removed. The work of the adjudicators was concluded on the 3rd of July 2020 and underwent quality checks before presenting the report to the department. Thereafter, the required administrative processes were followed to approve 691 or 73% successful applicants. The combined revenue losses to applicants came to a total of 58.6 million, a clear indication of the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the sector. The COVID-19 pandemic has engulfed the world and has not only had a profound effect on public health, society and the economy, but also has also inflicted mayhem on the sport and recreation sector. To curb the spread of the virus, professional and amateur leagues across the world have been suspended indefinitely on advice from the respective governments to avoid large number of persons gathering in one particular venue. Economically, the sector has suffered with many events having been cancelled. Approximately 30 events across the province have been cancelled, inclusive of conditional grants and federation-funded events. Currently, no formal sport and recreation events are taking place across the province. Provincial major sporting events which boost our local economies have been severely impacted, as events such as the Knysna Easter Festival, the Two Oceans Marathon, and now also the Cape Town Sevens Tournament, to name a few, have had to be cancelled. Provincial trials for the Winter Games, Indigenous Games, Golden Games, and leagues and festival support for club development have also been adversely impacted, as presently no organised sport and recreation activities of any nature is currently underway in the Western Cape Province. In the same way as the Cultural Affairs Directorate did, the Sport and Recreation Directorate also made provision for Provincial Relief Fund. To bring the Sport and the Recreation COVID-19 relief funding strategy into fruition, the criteria for assessing this support, the identification of beneficiaries, and the mechanism through which the fund is managed was done in consultation with the Western Cape Provincial Sport Confederation. The Sport and Recreation Adjudication Committee completed its work in June 2020 after receiving 108 federation applications on behalf of their various coaches, athletes, technical officials, and recreation entities across the province. To ensure transparency and greater range of support, with only 1 million available to fund our provincial sport and recreation relief applications, the National Department of Sport and Culture was requested to provide the Western Cape Department of Culture Affairs with a database of our provincial athletes, federations, and entities that have applied for the National Relief Fund and the outcome of those applications. Where an application had been successful, the applicant was not eligible for any provincial relief. Payments to successful applicants commenced last week, and we are happy to announce that as of yesterday, 30th July 2020, all successful applicants have now received their allocated relief funding. With the above in mind, we have a responsibility to protect the well-being of sport federations and recreation entities, and will not hesitate to take a safety-first approach to our operations over the coming months. We will continue monitoring the situation, and we are committed to work with our partners in ensuring the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on sport federations, recreation entities, affected events, and programs will be minimized to ensure sustainability of the sector. As we are aware of the second pandemic of unemployment and its dire implications on the economy, our department innovatively continued to be active during the national state of disaster, with staff working from home to proactively strategize and navigate towards our new normal. In addition to the relief effort focusing on the cancellations in the sector, we have put the following interventions in place to support business continuity as well as stimulate the sector in a recovery phase. The annual call for arts funding closed on 6 December 2019. At the time of the lockdown, the department was about to commence the adjudication process. Mindful of the pressures that organizations are under during this time, the department has continued to work on the adjudication process under the limiting lockdown conditions. Following the adjudication conclusion, 127 applications were received with the total amount of 65.5 million requests by organizations. Unfortunately, the total amount available for transfer payments from our current budget stands at 14.6 million, clearly indicating the demand outweighs the supply. Quite frankly, our main appropriation offered a very limited budget to support the demand for our services, and with the further decrease of 99.6 million and added needs in the face of the global pandemic, we have had to become innovative within the negative fiscal environment in which we currently find ourselves. The following presents a few of these innovations. Cultural institutions, both large and small, are losing significant amounts in the revenue of each passing day. Museums in the Western Cape have risen to the challenge and entered the virtual space of publicly accessible, timed online exhibitions, which is new territory for many of them. Examples of these are the Seriously Positive online initiative by the Toggereyers Museum in Ceres, as well as an online exhibition on YouTube and a similar offering from the Huguenot Memorial Museum. While these exhibitions ensure that the public still has access to the museum during lockdown and position museums well for visitors during the recovery phase, it does not take care of the lost opportunities in revenue from people visiting museums as a result of the lockdown. As the coronavirus steadily spread around the globe, the first sign of things to come was the postponement of international and national book festivals, and with some of these usually in September, unsure if they will continue this year. While South African Publications Network reported an 8.6% decline in sales in week 12 of 2020, some bricks and mortar booksellers saw a more significant drop in the first 2 weeks of March. Bargain Books reported a double-digit decline in sales over this period, with shoppers steering clear from malls. This will have had a huge impact on the writers and the entire literature value chain that rely on these sales for an income. To further our support to South African literature, we will increase the Department of Cultural Affairs spending on South African content from 60% of the book budget to 65% in the current financial year. Speaker, evidently, in a dismal national fiscal environment, adopting a whole-of-society approach inculcating collaborative efforts through sustainable partnerships is much needed to achieve our mutual goals to enable safe and cohesive communities. As the trusted partner of our sport and culture stakeholders, those affecting dynamic change in behavioral trends at grassroots level are our most valued partners, and we remain committed to empowering them and their various structures through innovative assistance and interventions as the need and demand transpires. Under the visionary leadership of Premier Alan Winde, the Western Cape government firmly believes that innovation is always on the agenda, and I look forward to collaboratively embracing new ideas and always doing the right thing with competent integrity, always mindful of the people we serve through cultural affairs and sport. As I conclude, I leave the notion, popularized as Winston Churchill's when asked to cut arts funding to support the war effort. He replied, "Then what are we fighting for?" Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Pants.
Nkosi Somlo. Speaker, allow me to start by wishing all Muslims, brothers and sisters, a very happy and peaceful Eid ul-Adha. May Allah accept our prayers and good deeds, and may He forgive our transgressions and ease the suffering and pain of the people during this COVID-19 pandemic. Speaker, when the national lockdown came into effect, all programs of this department came to complete halt, as schools, libraries, museums, and theaters were closed. Sporting facilities, conferences, and major events and festivals were closed. These decisions were taken solely to save lives. While many lives have been saved, many athletes, especially those in individual sports and artists, were left to count costs. It is for this reason that I believe this department should have reprioritized its budget to allocate more funds towards humanitarian relief for athletes and artists. As I shared in the House before, I have extensive engagements with artists and athletes who said that they live for 4 months without knowing where the next bill would come from, as they lost their livelihoods. Many artists could not afford even to apply for the Provincial Relief Fund for cultural, creative, and sports sectors, as they did not even have airtime to apply. The process was also tedious and complex. I want to reiterate the call I made earlier this year for the department to reopen the application process and to cut the red tape, as many artists were left out. The department must work close with unions and associations of artists and athletes. Speaker, as a public rep myself with constituency, in rural communities, we are no longer taken seriously. We speak to athletes about the kinds of opportunities that they can get from this department. Artists and athletes look at me at times as if I lost my mind. They tell me the point that you are selling out beneficiaries from the metro, it's not assisting us. Can you show just one beneficiary from this community where I failed to do so? It is actually a shame that we are rendering zero support to rural communities. I hail from the outskirts of the city, the areas that are always neglected by this province, where ministers even read out COVID stats to be 5 in the rural area, specifically Beaufort West, while arrogantly ignoring our realities. Can the MEC of Sport set an example and do things differently by leading inclusively? Only 4.7 million of the COVID-19 relief fund for artists and arts organizations have been allocated in this budget. 92% of it is spent in the metro. Where is the budget of the relief of athletes? Why are sport athletes not prioritized in the budget allocation? These departments must stop treating sport fraternities and athletes as if they are a stepchild. I also challenge the MEC to tell us what is the impact the relief fund was to the entire province and how the province supported athletes and artists and cultural sector during this pandemic. This department is spending 2.9 million on increased operational costs due to COVID-19. This includes around 1.8 million for PPE procurement, which means about 1.1 million is left for increased data costs to enable staff to work from home. How do we justify expenditure when people go to bed hungry? A total of 113.6 million has taken away from the department, includes a national condition grants of mass participation and sport development, which is 22.7 million and 34.7 million for the community library service grant. Speaker, these are two critical programs that deal with development of sport at a young age as well to transform urban and rural community library infrastructure, facilities and services, mainly in the previously disadvantaged communities. Without a doubt, Speaker, department should have made plans to get additional funding to cover for the lost funds. The MEC must tell us which municipalities are affected by these cuts and how the department is going to assist them. Also on MOD program, I want to get her commitment on that single staff member who will not lose his or her job as a result of these cuts. The other 56.2 million was slashed from the equitable share. The reduction affected all programs of the department. Cultural affairs as well as sport and recreation components received the biggest cuts. Machinery and equipment as well as transfers to NPOs have been affected. Sports have been reopened. What support role will the department play in the prevention of the spread of the virus in sporting activities and among athletes? Will associations be assisted with PPEs? In closing, Speaker, I wish to call on the provincial government to reprioritize protection of pockets of land that are used to practice traditional rites of passage in the province. All pockets of land were available in the city of Cape Town have been taken during the spate of the land invasions. Traditional leaders need all support they can get from the department and the provincial government. I conclude by saying, Speaker, the ANC does not support this budget. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Barnes. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Allen. Order. Is that a point of order, Honorable Member?
Where?
All right. Honorable Allen, I recognize you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to commend
the Minister, Minister Anru Mare, as well as the HOD, Mr. Brent Walters, all officials and staff. Thank you for tabling the budget. And Speaker, during the 3-week hard lockdown and the extension thereof, for many the resort was the good old television. We turned on the television for some distraction and leisure from what is fundamentally arts, cultural affairs and sport. Although we have to accept the downward adjustment of every program at the provincial department, we have to find a silver lining. And I'm grateful for the support given to this sector, which has allowed for entertainment under this hard time. But we have had to face the cancellation stamp of many events as the globe came to a standstill. Speaker, although the cancellations are meant to achieve social distancing, which has proven effective to limit the spread of coronavirus, it is unfortunately leaves many in the industry dry. As has been said, those in the industry are struggling to make ends meet, especially since social gatherings are still largely prohibited. In implementing its relief measures, the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture at the start of the lockdown led beneficiaries down with its flawed adjudication process, making the pandemic and lockdown a triple whammy for organizations and individuals in this sector, leaving them out in the cold in terms of both information as well as aid. Despite an announcement made by the National Department on the 25th of March 2020, announcing a 150 million relief fund, as of last week, only 40 million was spent by the department. This means an entire 110 million is still with the department, an entire 18 weeks since the announcement. One of the 4,512 artists who applied for relief at the National Department but has not yet received anything is a Cape Town film choreographer. According to the artist, Speaker, she sent the department proof of cancelled contracts, email addresses and contact details of people who could verify her information, as well as her monthly expenses. It took 6 weeks before she got any reply with regard to her application. She then got in reply to her application. It was then declined, but she was informed that she could appeal. She said her appeal email then bounced back, and after much frustrations, she took to Twitter to try to get a response from Minister Mketwa. 60 days after her initial application, Speaker, she finally got the correct email address to send her appeal. 2 weeks later, she has still not received a response to her appeal. This is simply unacceptable. But here in the Western Cape, we have reached the completion of an independent adjudication process which promotes an objective relief program by the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport in the Western Cape, bringing us closer to providing relief. And as we've heard earlier on, those funds have since been distributed and it should be commended. Thank you to the Minister and her department. This panel, Speaker, included sport federations and seasoned administrators in the Western Cape, as well as internationally recognized art and production managers to ensure a fair process. While the process went smoothly, 7.1 million was committed by the provincial government for relief programs. That again, I say is welcomed, and that is welcomed, and it's a hand that has been extended to artists. Speaker, the SA Cultural Observatory Chief Economist recently noted that the creative economy contributed 74 billion to the economy, or 1.7% of the national GDP, and that the arts and culture sector has been growing at 2.4% per year from 2016 to 2018. Yet our National Department of Sports and Arts and Culture is unable to distribute funds available to the sports and arts sector. This delay is testimony to the fact that there is something fundamentally wrong with our national government's understanding of poverty. However, Speaker, here in the Western Cape, I welcome the use of funds of events that had to be cancelled towards artists and production elements, and I further welcome the extension of relief to freelance workers and artists alike, as I note that they have lost over 58 million in income. I further wish to wish to acknowledge the increase of 2.9 million of funds under Program 2 for the provision of PPE, not only to staff but to facilities under management of the department, and further note the reprioritization of 56.1 million from the department to fight COVID-19 in the Western Cape. Speaker, the department has also not been spared from the provincial grant allocations from national government, and has had to accommodate a cut of 34.7 million of the community library service grant, as well as 22.6 million reduction under the mass participation and sports development program. In the UK, Speaker, the UK government has a new insurance plan for the UK film industry, allowing for safe resumption of filming to start and to ensure not only the film against COVID-19, but also the crew and cast. Such absence of this begs the question of where is our national government's commitment to this industry? National services, its expenditure from debt, crippling generations to come, whereas provincial departments here in the Western Cape is saving taxpayers through cost containment and prioritized spending. Again, I want to repeat, Speaker, while the DA delivers a budget to beat COVID in the Western Cape, Pretoria uses this crisis to line the pockets of cadres and of comrades. Speaker, the provincial department is mainly a custodian of funds, but will act above its mandate to ensure it is spent wisely. And at the provincial legislature, we will perform oversight in such a way that it supports the aim of excellence and inclusiveness in sports and culture through the effective, efficient, and sustainable use of our resources, especially during this particularly trying time for artists. We have unfortunately lost artists in the fight against COVID-19, and I wish to extend my sincere condolences to those families. As the Minister mentioned, Speaker, we are set to operate under these uncertainties for 6 to 12 months. We will need a strong recovery. Plan. Speaker, sports as well as cultural affairs are not only meant for leisure. It is no doubt a contributor to social and economic development, and I hope that when this crisis has subsided and we return to what we know and love, that we will prioritize our spending towards the sector. The Minister further concluded with a notion attributed to Winston Churchill when asked to cut arts funding to support the war, to which he replied, "Then what are we fighting for?" Speaker, the arts are essential to complete national life. The state owes it to them to do everything in its power to assist, sustain, and encourage the sector. Speaker, as I close, I further take courage. We are still the rugby world champions, and the victory of the Springboks last year reminded us that we are stronger together. We saw through the victory how we can unite as a country, and I'm confident that we will overcome this obstacle too. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports vote 13. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Teko.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. As EFF, we take notice that the department made available 4.7 million relief fund to artists and art organizations as a response to try and aid the effects of COVID-19. However, our issue is that the department made this relief available for only a shorter period of time and with a closing date attached to it. There was no proper outreach, marketing, and advertising of this relief fund so as to reach as many artists as possible within the province. Because during our oversight visits, many artists were surprised to find out way later that there was a relief of this kind and there was a closing date attached to it. We therefore appeal to the minister, who seems to be the only one prepared to listen to opposition parties, that with her hearing aid, she must extend this relief aid application process and ensure that we go and detect as many as possible that could be assisted in ensuring that we make ends meet for the artists in our province. A proper outreach program to detect all the creative industry people needs to be effected with immediate effect. So as the EFF, we see this as a drop in the ocean if we look at the means of which our people find themselves vulnerable to. So as the EFF, we do not support this route. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Teko. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker.
Your line did not do justice to you, Honorable Heron. I don't want to presume what you were saying.
I'll say it again, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. We support the vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Allen. Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Speaker, the ICTP supports vote 30, the adjustment budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Marais.
Speaker, I must reject this budget for various reasons. Culture does not consist of football and rugby and sport. What about my people? What about the Griqua? What about their culture? What about their music? Where's the cultural village? Where is it in the budget? Where's the implementation of the traditional leaders and Khoisan bill? The Griqua's culture, of which I'm a member, is not buried. It might be forgotten but not buried. We have brought out books about our culture. Soos Griqua is nog forgotten but not buried. And Griqua cultures and superstitions are books. We demand a cultural village like the one like Kwatu along the West Coast Road, where we can erect a cultural village for the Griqua people. We want a place where we can gather, where we can serve cultural cuisines to tourists. Why must we always be left behind? I want to ask the minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marais. Unfortunately, your minute is over. Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Brancase. I'm told Honorable Brancase is not in the house. Honorable Minister in the chamber, I recognize you once more.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank every member for participating in this debate. And then I want to say I'm very disappointed with Honourable Barnes because, you know, I just want to say again, our budget decreased by 99.6 million. And we allocated the bulk of the reallocation, 1 million for sport and recreation, 1.3 million for further support for museums, 2.9 million for PPE and 4.7 million for arts. And maybe she can help us because a lot of our money was taken back from national and the money is just mismanaged. So maybe, Honourable Barnes, you can help us to see that that money is not mismanaged. And then we did make use of our district councils, sport councils, to get the message to each and every sport council, as well as to our arts and culture fraternity in our rural areas. And then, Member Keku, we broadcast the relief fund application process through media statements.
Honourable Minister, there is a point of order. Will you please take your seat?
Okay.
Will you please take your seat, Honourable Minister? Thank you. Honourable Barnes, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, for one, I would like to tell the Minister I'm available on her offer. However, my question was that I would like to know where the budget is reflected.
That is not a point of order. Honourable Barnes, that is not a point of order. That is a point for debate. So you'll take that offline with the Minister.
We'll do it.
Thank
so,
you very
Speaker.
much. Thank you very much. Please take your seat. Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
So much, Speaker. I just want to say again, we broadcast the relief funding application process through media statements every week, which was published in both mainstream and local media. It was published on all our web pages and through each district sport council. But thank you for the members' input, and I'll take note of that. And then I want to say, Honourable Peter Marie, I just want to ask one question. What about Ratelgat? Wat van Ratelgat? Dis al wat ek vir u daar wil vra. Then, a special word of thanks to HUD Walters and all our officials. I'm very proud of your dedication and professionalism. This is and was not an easy task. Well done. And thank you to the Standing Committee, under the leadership of Honourable Regan Allen, for keeping us accountable. Thank you, Stacey and Tanya, for taking care of the media and all the nitty-gritty that always goes with this budget.
Honorable Minister, you now have Honorable Marais, who has a point of order. Will you please take your seat, Honorable Minister? Honorable Marais, what's your point of order?
My point of order is the minister asked me questions. She should answer, not ask me questions.
But answer a question.
The minister asked me questions. Are you going to give me a chance to respond because she asked me a question? She asked what about Ratelgat?
Your question will be answered by the minister. Thank you. Minister, that's the question.
Thank you. Honourable Marie, I think we can take this question offline.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. You may proceed. Please take your seat, Honourable Marais.
Which one?
Honourable Minister Marais, you may proceed.
Thank you. And then lastly, I want to leave you with the following. Our department, or let me say, Culture Affairs and Sport, we are regarded as non-essential service until we are not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, the Secretary, honourable members, this concludes the debate on this vote. Now the Secretary will read the next order.
Vote 3, Provincial Treasury, Western Cape Adjustments Appropriation, COVID-19 Bill, 2020-21 financial year.
Thank you, honourable members. Now I recognize the Honourable Minister Menia, Minister of Finance. Honourable members, we seem to be struggling to get hold of the minister, but I'm sure he's somewhere. Normally, we would have him here in the house. He's one of the regular customers here. But when I look at his seat, he's not here today. Honourable Minister, are you ready to proceed?
He's absconded.
It's not possible for the minister to abscond. Honourable members, let's give the minister a second to connect. He's in the meeting. He's in the house. He just needs to unmute his button. Honourable the Chief Whip, where is the minister?
He's joined the meeting.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable Minister? I don't want to do the unprecedented because
Minister Mania?
He needs to speak first before any other member speaks.
I see he's on the line, Mr. Speaker. It might be a mute problem again.
Thank you, honorable members. Let's take a 5 minutes break. We'll be back. Thank you. The House is suspended for 5 minutes.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Minister.
Okay.
We've suspended for 5.
Fortunately, he was back on time. We're now resuming the sitting. Are we all in? Thank you. Honorable members, let us welcome the Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Minister Mania. The platform is now yours, Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to apologize to you and to other honourable members. I was in fact in full flight with my speech when you called me to order. So let me start with a take two. Speaker, we tabled the main budget 2020 entitled A Budget for You on the 10th of March 2020 in this Parliament. However, the ink was hardly dry when we learned of the first COVID-19 infection, and we were hit by a storm that was bigger and more terrifying than anything we could have imagined in the Western Cape. The Provincial Treasury has been working hard to support the whole of government response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so today, I am pleased to table the adjusted budget for Vote 3 Provincial Treasury. Speaker, Provincial Treasury may have what John Maynard Keynes called a wintry skepticism when it comes to spending. But under the able leadership of the head of department, David Savage, together with Team Finance, they immediately sprang into action to support departments who found themselves on the front line of the fight against COVID-19 in the Western Cape. We triggered and rapidly processed emergency expenditure approvals in terms of Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act to authorize an unprecedented amount of funding, including R1 billion to the Department of Health for the mobilization of field hospitals, testing and screening, and more beds. R400 million to the Department of Transport and Public Works for the mobilization of quarantine and isolation sites. R18 million to the Department of Education for the mobilization of school feeding schemes across the Western Cape, all of which, of course, was critical to the fight against COVID-19. Financing for these emergency expenditures was, of course, drawn from provincial reserves. And the fact that we were able to do this while still maintaining R376 million in provincial reserves for further unforeseen and unavoidable circumstances in this financial year, I think is testament to the strong provincial treasury, which has maintained strict fiscal discipline and fiscal prudence in recent years. We have also established a Central Procurement Advisory Committee to support and advise departments on procurement and supply chain management issues during the pandemic. And we've enhanced the surveillance of procurement of personal protective equipment, including mobilizing our internal auditors to scrutinize and monitor procurement transactions. Other measures to limit disruptions in the procurement environment and improve our disaster response include expanding our supply chain team to respond to supplier queries, enable local businesses to participate in our supply chain, and also to develop closer alignment with National Treasury on supply chain and governance matters. We, of course, have tabled this special adjustments budget, which has mobilized every cent available and allocated R3.05 billion to the immediate response to COVID-19. And we are already planning the second adjustment budget to be tabled towards the end of 2020. This will be phased in a three-phase budget process, which will require us to mobilize a possible additional R2 billion towards the fight against COVID-19 in the Western Cape. Speaker, like much of the world, Provincial Treasury has had to innovate quickly and move most of their operations online. In fact, almost all operations remain off-site and online despite the easing of restrictions under Alert Level 3, with little disruption to key government systems such as payroll, payments, and logistics. An innovation, of course, which we are proud of is our Procurement Disclosure Report, which was published yesterday and which details all PPE procurement and expenditure by the Western Cape Government between the 1st of April 2020 and the 30th of June 2020, and on each transaction, and includes details about supplier names, descriptions of items, unit prices, and of course the total amount spent. We consider the Procurement Disclosure Report a good example of transparency and an innovative step towards maintaining clean government in the Western Cape. Speaker, Provincial Treasury is already a lean operation and the smallest of all the provincial treasuries in our country. However, as Provincial Treasury is itself responsible for overall budgeting and fiscal management in the Western Cape, it continues to lead by example and has done everything possible to reduce expenditure for reprioritization towards the fight against COVID-19. The main appropriation of R356.9 million has been adjusted down by 11.6 million rand to 345.2 million rand for the 2020-21 financial year. I will not deal in detail with the adjustments, but I do believe it's important to highlight some of the adjustments and how they are linked to our fiscal strategy. Our contribution to the COVID-19 response has been achieved by committing 12.9 million rand in baseline reductions, 281,000 from reductions in transfers and subsidies, 5.64 million from a review of compensation of employees, and 5.71 million from reductions in goods and services. The reduction in spending on compensation of employees follows a decision to fill critical posts only. And I'm pleased to say that 4 senior management posts have already been filled, and we are excited by the energy that these new staff members will bring to Team Finance. The reduction in goods and services has been achieved by leading the way with a number of cost containment measures within the department, including no entertainment allowances and cutting spending on catering, a venue hire only for provincial systems training, a 50% reduction in printing and paper costs, significant savings in domestic travel, and of course, no international travel. There was also a slight increase, of course, to accommodate occupational health and safety regulation requirements and the need to enable staff to work from home during the lockdown period, including 215,000 rand for the procurement of PPE for staff and 1 million rand for data allowances for officials who are working from home. Speaker, in conclusion, I often wish that ordinary members of the public, many of whom are skeptical of government and the people in government, could see the hard work and the dedication of Team Finance at Provincial Treasury. While they may not be on the front line, their dedication to helping their colleagues in other departments, especially our frontline departments, respond quickly and efficiently to the COVID-19 pandemic cannot be underestimated. I would like to thank the Provincial Treasury's head official, David Savage, and all the members of Team Finance for their continued dedication and professionalism and tireless commitment to the people of the Western Cape. Team Finance are certainly behind-the-scenes heroes in the fight against COVID-19 in the Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Somlom. The department has 13 client departments and 13 municipalities, along with all public entities and potential and current suppliers. The focus of this department has been embedding good governance and integrity service delivery. The key performance areas of focus are listed as keeping supply chain management governance, supply chain capacitation and training, strategic procurement, and supply chain management technology. Moreover, the department claims that all its efforts are targeted at maximizing citizen impact. The question is not only about whether the budget cuts are justified in the current fiscal climate, but if at right places and revised for the most budget enhancement of the future and recovery. Adjustment on one or the other hand helps us to achieve desirable effects to keep us afloat at this point, whilst also avoiding undesirable ones. This is so as COVID-19 has placed a huge burden on public funds to carry households, including corporates, as economies slow down in a rapid manner. Now, in avoiding undesirable ones or undesirable challenges, what we are raising as a challenge is that the 11.6 million cut, which is indicated from this budget, is along mainly the areas of support to local government, which is something that we've raised in the standing committee. More concerning is the fact that these cuts, amongst others, also affect compensation of employees, which may mean that several vacancies will not be filled and less hands on deck to ensure swift move on activities, recognizing the arrival of techno solutions. Moreover, critical programs that has been mentioned, I think almost 3 programs that are supporting local government has had some budget cuts. Now, in raising our concern on this matter, Speaker, one has to ask whether we are deliberately challenging our municipal finances or governance in that regard, or whether should we consider in the proposal of Honorable Mare to serve divorce papers to national government, whether we should not also consider cutting a provincial government and rather consider a 2-sphere of government where we've got national and local government, and we can direct more money to service delivery where it's required. The figures of the recent AG report indicated that the Western Cape sits at number 3 of the top 4 contributors of irregular expenditure of about 2.68 billion from a 2 billion increase from 2017-18, and the biggest culprit there is the city of Cape Town. And also city of Cape Town is number 3 of the 5 municipalities that are actually responsible for the highest irregular expenditure for almost consecutive years from 2016-17. Western Cape spends about 42 million on consultants for financial reporting services, and one wonders at what point are we going to contribute to building a requisite financial capacity in municipalities. Our local government is marred with problems with little oversight from local government departments, and its MEC that leads these municipalities by forensics, litany of litigations of mayors or senior officials. Political meddling and party politics have been mentioned as a source of this instability, which is unhealthy for plausible financial and good governance. West Coast and City of Cape Town district audit outcomes remain stagnant or little progress, whilst Overberg has regressed according to the AG's report. City of Cape Town continue to be the biggest beneficiary of funds against its counterpart, irrespective of the reality of the financial management challenges depicted in the AG's report. Under financial health, the province went down by 3% from 83% to 72%. To what extent do we attribute the procurement process of municipalities and various provincial government departments which deliberately ignore transformation policies regarding procurement and spending not directed at minimizing the inequality gap? The department claims its focus of embedding good governance and integrity service delivery. I am concerned about the issues of local government that has been raised above. We welcome the innovation of the procurement disclosure report and shall be following this exercise and put in good use this report regarding our oversight function. Already the report that is out there shares interesting information on efficiencies that were lost during the purchasing of PPE by various departments under the same stable of the provincial government, where a basic principle of price elasticity as it relates to economies of scale should claw back serious savings in the market. But we observe variances in terms of prices paid, for example, for thermometers by the different departments at different prices. And these are things to be considered as a source and impact of the disclosure report, let alone if these are locally produced to realize economic benefit from the manufacturing activities of these products, including driving much needed innovation and competitiveness of our markets. How effective are we as this government following international practice of leveraging public procurement to realize much needed efficiencies and correcting market failures, Speaker? Strategic sourcing bolster innovation and enable new entrants in fighting off monopolies that result in costly production processes, which were also confirmed by the Department of Agriculture regarding challenges of food security in the country. Public financing, especially spending, is not just a conveyor belt or a price taker in a market of goods and services, but where there is a political will can exist in such to set off glaring market failures. This is so true in a country in the current economic climate where each cent counts. Negligence of this responsibility in public spending should be viewed as wasteful expenditure. We are then expecting an indication of how these challenges of spending are agglomerated and solutions provided to steer government fiscal spending policies towards increased efficiencies. This includes the underspending in COE resulting to delays of filling of vacancies, let alone on conditional grants. Communities continue to be punished by municipalities that do not put in place the requisite administration to actually spend the conditional grants, and then we are shocked when we see service delivery protests that some have become violent, stemming from some of the challenges that are faced by communities of ailing infrastructure problems because of grants that are not used. We cannot use public finances to frustrate redress and transformation policies such as BBBE and PPPFA, which the DA as a party has openly contested through litigations and failed. Again, we must be seen as this government directing public funds and importantly improving spending, and where such is not happening, ensuring consequences, as the delay is just too costly to the poor, whilst its environments roll overs to an accounting authority. And therefore, as the ANC, we do not support this vote. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Mkonto. Honorable members, I now come to the chamber and I wish to recognize Honorable Bartman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, fellow South Africans, I rise today on vote 3 of the Western Cape Adjustments Appropriation COVID-19 Bill dealing with Provincial Treasury. The Provincial Treasury budget has experienced a net decrease of 11.6 million rand in the adjustment budget, with net decreases across every single program in the department. This net decrease comprises of a 12.9 million rand budget cut due to the national government not increasing the equitable share of the province, forcing it to cut from the baselines from existing programs in order to fund its COVID-19 relief response. The budget is then bolstered with a 1.2 million rand funding from the Provincial Revenue Fund from the Western Cape budget. I will reiterate that President Ramaphosa promised all provinces a total of 20 billion rand in funding for COVID-19, but later revealed that in fact provinces need to fund their own COVID-19 programs. In the Provincial Treasury vote, this means that the department had to find ways to save money, obviously, across programs in order to allocate money to the relevant departments in the province for its COVID-19 operations. It is true that support to the local government sub-programs have been cut, like some of my colleagues have indicated, and we can thank the national government directly for these particular cuts on the baselines of these sub-programs. The savings have included 5.6 million rand on compensation of employees, since the lockdown has created a delay in filling of vacancies, as well as 5.7 million rand in savings on items such as fleet services, travel, savings on bursaries which students decided not to take up, and printing and paper. We cannot complain about vacancies when the colleagues of the opposition members have colleagues in national government who implemented lockdown, where the rules then affect directly the programs within the provinces. Please WhatsApp your colleagues. The 1.2 million rand funding allocated from the Provincial Revenue Fund will be used in the department for PPE for staff, amounting to 215,000 rand, and 1 million rand for data allowance in order for staff to work from home. Further, in terms of operations, the department has implemented supply chain management WhatsApp chat group for all SCM heads to enable them to communicate and assist each other, as well as the Provincial Treasury configuring a separate reporting template to accommodate the electronic submissions of proposals. I would like to welcome the release of the first edition of the Procurement Disclosure Report by the Provincial Treasury. This report details all personal protective equipment procurement and expenditure in the Western Cape in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This report is a world-class example of transparency, accountability, and innovation in clean governance. This report will be published monthly, quarterly, and annually. And every single person in the Western Cape can have access to every single PPE transaction, including the name of the supplier, the description of the item, the unit price per item, and total spent. And the Western Cape is the only province to release this information. We thus call upon all other provinces, including National Treasury, to do the same. In fact, I made the same call in the NCOP earlier today. And in terms of the types of PPE that are procured, I would like to encourage my opposition colleagues to go and read up on the purposes for different types of PPE and the different types of sectors that they are for. In terms of, for example, you need different types of PPE for health than you do, for example, for a person on the street for personal use. However, I think Dr. Seuss will put it quite nicely that the more that you read, the more things you will know, the more that you will learn, the more places you will go. I would then like to further welcome the proactive support and compliance measures implemented by the Provincial Treasury to mitigate procurement risks. These steps include the establishment of a central procurement advisory committee and enhanced surveillance of disaster-related procurement by internal audits. Thank you. In terms of monopolies, our colleagues in opposition benches must please assist us with the National Competition Commission in this regard, where there are increases in prices. Again, given that it's a national entity, I am sure that you probably also have them on a WhatsApp group. Further, in light of the COVID-19 relief response through Section 25 of the PFMA, the Provincial Finance Minister authorized the use of the Provincial Revenue Fund money to defray expenditure of an exceptional nature, currently not provided for and which cannot, without serious prejudice to the public interest in the province, be postponed to future appropriation by the Provincial Parliament, which at the time obviously was the 1 billion rand allocated to the Provincial Department of Health to spend on COVID-19 activities related to staff and facilities, and 400 million for the Department of Transport and Public Works required for the hiring of venues and facilities and purchasing of associate services for quarantine and isolation purposes as a key component of the health strategy in order to combat COVID-19. I welcome the speedy response from Mr. Maney in that regard to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. However, Speaker, while the DA delivers a budget to beat COVID in the Western Cape, Pretoria uses the crisis to line the pockets of cadres and comrades. I would thus like to urge Minister Mania to engage the National Minister of Finance, Minister Mboweni, in order to implement the following with immediate effect. Firstly, National Treasury must urgently change the provincial equitable share formula so that every province gets its fair share. We cannot wait 2 years for the formula to be reviewed because by then it will be outdated. The funds must follow the people. If someone believes that they will receive better healthcare and a better education in the Western Cape, and they choose to travel from Gauteng or Eastern Cape in order to receive this service delivery, then by all means come and fetch your service delivery. But as a province, we can only do that if the funds follow the people. If we receive more patients in the Western Cape because of the failure of other provinces, then the equitable share formula must reflect that. If we receive more students in the Western Cape because of the failure of other provinces, then the equitable share formula must reflect that. If we have to build more infrastructure in the Western Cape because of the failure of other provinces, then the equitable share formula must reflect that. Secondly, National Treasury must please allocate funding for national mandates in the Western Cape, which we are currently funding due to lack of funding from the respective national departments, such as safety and for drought. Third, the international monetary loan of 70 billion rand is by no means an achievement, as Minister Mboweni would like us to believe. It is the final lifeline that a country needs as a result of over 2 decades of financial mismanagement, state capture, bailouts for failing state-owned enterprises, and poor policy. It is a loan to simply keep the country running on steam. And for this reason, National Treasury must take control of every single cent of the 70 billion rand received from the IMF and only release the funding to provincial departments and municipalities who have achieved unqualified audits. If anything below an unqualified audit with findings was achieved, the National Treasury should spend the money on behalf of the respective provincial department or municipality. And those who have received the unqualified audit should then below unqualified audit should still be able to decide how they would like to spend their funding, but the actual accounting and administration of the funds should remain with National Treasury, and thus provinces such as the Western Cape should be rewarded for good governance. But in all these cases, the spending of the funds should be subject to a further check and balance through a special inspector general. And finally, National Treasury must refund the more than 2 billion rand Western Cape budget cut. No lay-bys, no IOUs, no pinky promises, no fancy English euphemisms for budget cuts, no more cost is no issue lies. You do not get to come to the province, parade around our hospitals, and then leave knowing full well you are not going to give us a cent. Refund our budget cuts and give us our fair share. We support the budget in the Democratic Alliance. Speaker, I thank you.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Order, honorable members.
Show us the money.
Order, honorable members. I now recognize Honorable Makamba Boja.
Thank you, Speaker. I think we have said a lot of things pertaining to the issues of budget in the Western Cape as EFF. We cannot talk about issues of COVID-19 and leave out the issues of land through human settlement, in which the budget does not speak to. Here we are listening to a DA which is hiding behind national government and not distributing budget where it's mostly needed, and also not speaking much on economy recovery and only obsessed with the issues of tobacco and alcohol. DA must utilize the budget that is in their disposal and prioritize needy communities. So as EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters, we do not support this budget. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boja. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. We support the vote.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP support vote 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Marais.
Speaker, the Freedom Front supports this budget. At the same time, I now must admit, after listening to the ANC's Honorable Member Nkondlo, now I know what the ANC's real intentions are. Absolute power, absolute control. Do away with provincial governments because we fail in 8 provinces, so do away with it and only have a 2-tier system. This is a shocking revelation. I hope that the rest of the ANC members do not support this viewpoint, that instead of sharing power and having oversight, they want an autocracy, complete control, complete power. The petticoat is starting to show.
Thank you, Honorable Marais. Honorable members, I now recognize...
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nkondlo, is that a point of order?
No, it's a point of clarity from the senior honorable member, Marais. when he refers to the petticoat starting to show, is he referring to me? Because I would find that
Honorable Mkondlo, that is not allowed in terms of the rules. That is a point for debate. I thought you had a point of order. We can only entertain a point of order. So for now, let me rule you out of order. Thank you, Honorable Mkondlo. Now we will proceed in the absence of Honorable Brankes. We'll proceed to the Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Members. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to begin by thanking honourable members who have participated in the debate on Vote 3 Provincial Treasury. And I would also like to thank the honourable members who recognised and acknowledged the hard work of Team Finance at Provincial Treasury. I would like to assure the Honourable Nomin Kondlo that the budget cuts will certainly not compromise our support to municipalities in the Western Cape. Much of the cuts were to goods and services, on catering and venue hire, which could not be spent under the circumstances. In fact, Speaker, the virtual environment, I think, enhanced support to our municipalities. And a good example would be that our quarterly forums under these circumstances have been shifted to monthly forums focusing on risks in local government and internal audits. And in many respects, the new virtual environment has made Provincial Treasury, I think, more responsive and more effective when it comes to supporting local government in the Western Cape. I would also like to assure the member that the budget cuts will not compromise the performance of Provincial Treasury in the Western Cape. Yes, we absorbed a cut on compensation of employees, and we have 63 vacancies. But we are, as I mentioned, delighted to have filled the senior management posts, which of course are critical to the performance of Provincial Treasury. And although we may be the smallest Provincial Treasury, we certainly still pack a punch as Provincial Treasury. I would also then like to thank the Honourable Member for her comments on our new procurement disclosure report. And I would ask her to bear in mind that the report traverses a period of 3 months. And during that period, there were, of course, several changes to national and provincial regulations. There were at least 4 changes to benchmark prices. And of course, there were significant changes in market forces of supply and demand, and often significant global supply chain constraints. All of these factors, of course, may affect what the Honourable Member referred to as price variances in relation to PPE as disclosed in our procurement disclosure report. But at the end of the day, the purpose of the procurement disclosure report is to collate and provide information on all the transactions in relation to personal protective equipment, precisely so that those transactions can be scrutinized not only by members of our parliament, but also by members of the public. And to the extent that there may be concerns, those concerns can be raised with the relevant departments who will respond with an explanation. When it comes to the Honourable Deirdre Bartman, I would like to assure her that we are in constant contact and have quarterly engagements with the National Treasury on all the issues which she's raised, not least the division of revenue in provinces like the Western Cape. On the last point raised by the Honourable Peter Murray, we certainly will fight to protect our constitution and protect the powers delegated to provinces in that constitution, because of course it is vital to the functioning of our constitutional democracy in South Africa. With that, Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the debate on the fifth order. Now the Secretary will read the sixth order of the day.
Vote 8, Human Settlements, Western Cape Adjustment Appropriation COVID-19 Bill, 2020-21 financial year.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I now recognize the Minister of Human Settlements, Honorable Minister Simmers.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Cabinet members, Honorable members of the opposition, and honored guests who are observing this entire meeting through virtual mechanisms. Upon reflection of what we are currently experiencing as a country, the words of Emeritus Archbishop Desmond Tutu are still ringing so true. And he said, "Hope is being able to see there is light despite all of the darkness." Our people across the country are yearning for this light. As at this stage, it seems there isn't any to see, except of course, if you are a resident in the Western Cape. And this is so, as the Western Cape government has firmly placed the lives of its people first by ensuring budgets are adjusted to combat the coronavirus. The reality is that this pandemic continues to place immense pressure on all areas of society, both public and private. Speaker, 33 million rand has been realigned by my department as part of the provincial response to the COVID-19 pandemic. As a provincial government, we work together for the good of our people. As very early we realized if we are not going to take the lead in combating this virus, we would be caught on the back foot, particularly since we are not receiving sufficient support from where it is expected from. It is further regrettable that we have a national government that is persisting with their failed economic policies. Due to the national government's inability to grow the economy and eradicate corruption and looting, Program 3, which is housing development, sees a reduction of more than 246 million rand. This consists of a reduction of 202,265,000 rand in our Human Settlements Development Grant, along with a reduction of 44,455,000 rand in our Title Deeds Restoration Grant. The net impact of this massive HSDG reduction, Speaker, will be 6,200 fewer housing opportunities in our province, which equates to nearly 1/3 of the envisaged opportunities that will be lost for this financial year. Speaker, the Western Cape has a housing demand database waiting list of just under 600,000, and this reduction further affects our ability to assist those that has been on the waiting list for a very long time. Daar is beslis 'n groot behuisingsbehoefte in die Weskaap. We will, however, not let these challenges stand in our way of delivering to our most qualifying and deserving beneficiaries. We further remain committed to getting the Dunoon, Greater Kosovo and Itemba Rapid Informal Settlement Support and Upgrade Program off the ground. The required engagement and statutory processes are currently underway, though I should emphasize to the House that HDA are still waiting for the power of attorney for the Itemba site from the National Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. Speaker, we have identified innovation as one of our strategic priorities to enable accelerated delivery of services. These innovative measures are inclusive of information and communications technology, as well as sustainable building technology to ensure we are still able to deliver to our most deserving beneficiaries. Earlier this year, we launched our app, which gives our citizens easy access to information on government housing assistance, while also allowing them to register for the first time or update the details on the database. This also ensures, Honourable Speaker, that citizens do not have to visit any of the housing offices to register or update their details. Since its launch in March this year, this is new and something that's never been attempted before. So we are pleased that the people of our province are starting to realize the benefits of doing things online. Utilizing sustainable building technology has various benefits, as it ensures units are built at a cheaper rate, the cost of electricity will be less, and it holds long-term benefits for our environment. Further to this, Honourable Speaker, and during my engagements with the banking sector, they've indicated their appetite for the implementation of this technology and the willingness to support these types of initiatives by my department. We have already engaged a host of municipalities about adopting new technology, and they too are open to doing so, Speaker, as they are aware that traditional methods are unsustainable and will not allow us to assist our people in the manner that we need to do. This new technology will also be used in the Noon, Greater Kosovo, Itemba, and at our Silvertown development in Khayelitsha. Speaker, as a further step to integrate the utilization of technology, we have over the last few municipal and project site visits, our handovers and meetings conducted these live via Facebook to ensure that we adhere to the COVID regulations and to ensure that social distancing is also practiced in this manner. This has also, as a positive, ensured increased transparency, as the public at large had an opportunity and still do have an opportunity to view on how we engage other spheres of government and exactly what our processes are in the human settlements sector. Speaker, omdat ons deursigtig is, verseker ons dat inwoners deel van ons reis is. Maar omdat ons tegnologie op hierdie wyse gebruik, sien mense reg oor die land en wêreld hoe ons in die Weskaap te werke gaan. I'm also pleased to inform the House that this new norm will continue. I'm particularly looking forward to hosting a virtual public meeting with the residents of the Greater Retreat area to inform them about the progress of their planned project, particularly since they've not had a large development in that area for quite a while. Speaker, we are deeply concerned, however, about all the illegal land grabs and invasions that are plaguing a number of areas across the province, but more so the Cape Metro. What is further disturbing is the criminal element and blatant disregard for the law during this process. In addition to this, we have seen elected political leaders who are not only part of these protests, but are actually leading them. You would expect that these leaders to be champions of our country's laws and discourage residents from protesting in this manner. This clearly tells us, Speaker, that there's an agenda and an attempt to create anarchy. Speaker, to those elected political leaders who are at the forefront of these protests, I believe they should know that the Western Cape government will stop at nothing to ensure that they are held accountable, as through their action and encouragement, they are complicit in breaking the law. It is these political leaders that should be charged, convicted, and harshly sentenced for their reckless and irresponsible behavior. Along with this, they are also attempting to assist those who are seeking to jump the housing queue, Speaker. This means they are delaying and denying law-abiding citizens who have been on the housing beneficiary waiting list for many years the opportunity to move into improved living conditions. And let me state this very clear, Honourable Speaker, this provincial government and my department will not assist those who seek to jump the queue over law-abiding citizens. Dit is nie hoe dit werk nie. To our residents, I would like to say, do not be misled or manipulated by these individuals or groups, as they do not have your best interest at heart. Instead, this is all done for their own personal or political gain. Just as we have engaged a host of communities, we will continue to do so. We will also continue to prioritize the elderly, persons with disabilities, those longest on the housing waiting list, and this should be 15 years and longer, I should emphasize, as well as our backyard dwellers. Critical to note still, Speaker, is that we are the only province to formally prioritize and recognize backyard dwellers. Our upgrade of informal settlements program will also still continue. The most recent demonstration of this commitment are residents that come from Joslovo informal settlement in Langa and Kanana informal settlement in Guguletu, who we've moved into better living conditions as part of our reblocking and de-densification program. Speaker, we are fully aware that the provision of housing opportunities remains a persistent and pertinent issue. We have therefore adopted a radical approach in the acceleration of housing opportunities, even during the lockdown period. And this is quite evident in the more than 300 people that since the end of May have moved into Forest Village in East River. These beneficiaries are from the neighboring areas, while others are from the N2 Gateway. Furthermore, 50 residents have also moved into our project in the Boys Town development, Honourable Speaker. But further to this, and as additional examples, we've also ensured and handed houses over to former farm workers, the elderly, backyarders, and beneficiaries who have been on the waiting list for 15 years and longer in Bredasdorp, McGregor, Grabouw, Houston, Plettenberg Bay, and Ceres. But further to that, Honourable Speaker, residents in Delft, George, Buffeljagrivier, Wilderness, and Slangrivier, through the handover of title deeds, also now formally became fully fledged homeowners for the first time of their lives. We are improving the lives of our people. We are restoring their dignity. We are working for our people. Our people are our most important priority, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, hierdie is beslis ongekende tye. En daar is ongetwijfeld 'n behoefte vir ons almal om as verskillende regeringssfere en politieke partye saam te werk. Sou ons hierdie uitdagings wat ons tans in die gesig staar effektiewelik te wil oorkom. As leaders, we should be part of the solution and not be part of the problem, as this will demonstrate to the public at large that the political leaders are working for all of them. Let's work as one, as we are stronger and better together. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Lily. Honourable Lily, are you in the house? Can the Honourable Chief Whip of the ANC confirm whether Honourable Lily is in the house?
No, he's invading land.
Honourable Speaker, can I
Order, Honourable members. I'm talking to Honourable the Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Chief Whip, you are recognized.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Member Lily have a load shedding in the area. He is now racing to Ward 96 to see if there's some connection in the area. So as soon as he gets it, he will indicate to me.
ANC governance.
Order, Honourable members. Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable members, with that explanation, we'll now move to the next speaker.
Speaker? No point of order, Speaker.
What is your point of order? Honourable member, what's your point of order?
It's Matigizela.
Honourable Matigizela first, and then Honourable Kama. Honourable Matigizela, what's your point of order?
Speaker, it must be recorded that that excuse cannot be accepted.
Thank you, Honourable Matigizela. We'll note that objection. Honourable Kama, and then followed by Honourable Schaefer.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, earlier on when you were calling on Member Lily to speak, Member MEC Matigizela responded that he is busy invading land. I believe, Speaker, that is against the standing rule 59 of subsection 2, that a member who wishes to bring any improper or unethical conduct on the part of another member to the attention of the House may do so only by way of a substantive motion comprising of a clearly formulated and proper substantiated allegation. The member has not done so and must withdraw. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Kama, thank you. I need to deal with that point of order in terms of the rules. I will still go to Honourable. I do have Honourable Schaefer and Honourable Marais and Honourable Leke and Honourable Marais. But let me deal with this particular one. Honourable Member Matigizela, did you refer to Honourable Lily in the manner in which Honourable Kama has said?
Yes, I did, Speaker.
Will you please withdraw that statement, Honorable Matigizela?
Member Kama is absolutely right. I will bring a motion. I withdraw.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Matigizela. We accept that. Honorable members, that withdrawal has been registered. Now, I wish to recognize Honorable Minister Schaefer. Is that a point of order?
Yes, Speaker. Just in amplification of Minister Matikizela's, where he said it was not a valid excuse. I mean, we have regular reports of load shedding. There is no load shedding in the Western Cape at present. So I think we need to record that in respect of the excuse of Honourable Lily not being available. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Schaefer. Honorable Leke, the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me say that Honorable Kama and Honorable Matikizela had covered me. And in regard to what Honorable Schaefer has just raised, I think this is a matter that entirely depends on the member himself. And for her to say it must be recorded because of what she knows does not simply mean she is where Member Lily is. It is her opinion, and therefore I wish to ask for guidance from you as to where she comes from. She must refrain because she can't make assumptions just because she happens to be in a fancy, leafy suburbs. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. There is no point of order that I'm going to entertain after this. There was an apology registered by the Chief Whip of the ANC on the whereabouts of Honorable Lily. Whether honorable members accept that as an excuse or not, that has been registered here in this House for recording and for noting. So the House will deal with such matters. If there is a rule that has been violated, it may not be the interpretation of members about where the member is. So on that point, I wish to proceed and allow the House to continue with this business and recognize Honorable Maseko. Let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I stand to deliberate on budget vote 8 human settlements in the Western Cape Adjustments Appropriation Bill. Speaker, we are today dealing with the budget adjustment because of the COVID-19 pandemic. In my lifetime, this pandemic is the most significant challenge we have faced, but it is certainly exacerbated by the pandemic, that is the mismanagement, policy failures, and lack of credible political will from national government under the ANC. National government shows no teeth when it comes to managing the scourge of gender-based violence as a pandemic. It has refused to deal with drought pandemic, and it refuses to deal with the incredible levels within the corruption pandemic. While the Western Cape government under the DA delivers a budget to beat COVID, Pretoria uses the crisis to line up their pockets of cadres and comrades. Whilst cadres' pockets are filled, the Western Cape received a directive to adjust its Human Settlements Department budget. What does that mean? It means for the housing adjustment budget, national government cut the Western Cape's housing development grant with a total of just over 240 million. To add insult to injury, Cabinet in Pretoria has seen fit to effectively seize the title deeds grant program. Speaker, this is a program that has a direct bearing on addressing past injustices by attending to the outstanding transfer of subsidized units constructed since 1994. As a province, we have facilitated successful transfers to the value of over 200 million and worked tirelessly towards the reduction of the backlog. But in spite of our best efforts to consult and plead with national departments on this front, the program comes to an end. One must therefore realize two pertinent conclusions. Firstly, the Western Cape again is on its own when it comes to provision of such vital human settlement services which provide restoration and dignity. And the second conclusion is a question. Does the ANC and Good Party Alliance at a national level truly care for meaningful redress? Because if they do, then we would certainly see vastly different policy decisions and implementation thereof from Minister Delile and Sisulu in particular. On this note, Speaker, let us be clear that it is the National Department of Human Settlements and Public Works, led by Ministers Lindiwe Sisulu and Patricia Delile, respectively, primarily charged with ensuring that provinces and municipalities receive land for housing via the Housing Development Agency. Minister Delile is failing us here. Only 2 of the 31 promised parcels of land from her department have been handed over to the Western Cape via the HDA since October of last year. In response to this issue, Minister Delile is very quick to point out her department's handing over of land for District 6 development and gender-based violence centers. The reality, however, is that no such land has been granted to either the City of Cape Town or the Western Cape via the HDA for District 6. It appears the minister needs to consult a little better with her ANC coalition colleagues, as this land is now under custodianship of the National Department of Rural Development and in a legal process. Further, the gender-based violence centers are resourced by social development, not housing. And Speaker, instead of cooperation from National Human Settlements, we have double standards from Minister Lindiwe Sisulu. The minister sought any opportunity to attack the Western Cape for upholding the rule of law in efforts to curb land invasions, particularly in the metro area. Her threats went as far as to call for an approach of the courts for what she claimed to be evictions during the nationwide lockdown. Yet when 130 shacks were torn down by the City of Johannesburg on the morning of the 18th of July, Minister Sisulu was quiet. Many of these structures were not new in the list, and the land bordering El Dorado Park and Lenasia had already been occupied long before the COVID-19 lockdown. ANC Mayor Geoff Makubo proudly announced his administration's fearlessness to enforce the rule of law in the area. Yet Minister Sisulu remains hell-bent on applying a different set of rules to the DA-led Western Cape and its municipalities from those for her ANC colleagues in Gauteng. This is in spite of the fact that the South Gauteng High Court ruled against the city for its evictions against as far as back as April. Where was Minister Sisulu's outcry over evictions in Johannesburg and eThekwini in March and April? Why did she not take to Twitter then and threaten legal action as she did to the City of Cape Town? The evictions in Kokotela, Marian Hill, Katoman, and other areas in and around Durban and Johannesburg were illegal in light of the regulations gazetted by Sisulu's own government. Once again, we have an ANC cabinet member who must be compelled by the courts to act in line with the law and lockdown regulations. Never mind the fact that it is regulations to which she would have been consulted when Regulation 11CA was amended in terms of Section 27(2) of the Disaster Management Act. Speaker, it goes without saying that such behavior from a national leader is intolerable at best and destructive at worst. But let us turn to what we can and what we have and what we will achieve in the Western Cape. Speaker, from the 1st June 2019 until the start of lockdown, 6,293 homes were delivered and 1,381 title deeds handed over in this province. The transitional residential units will also stand to benefit several thousand new homes for those who need it the most, and already between May and June this year, more than 1,371 new housing beneficiaries were provided with homes. Beyond the metro, over 87.5 million rand is spent on housing opportunities for beneficiaries in and around Bredasdorp. Of the 158 housing opportunities for qualifying beneficiaries, 60% are backyard dwellers. The McGregor project is on course to deliver almost 500 homes, and over 200 houses will be provided in Ceres. The use of alternative building technologies underway, where in Mossel Bay, we currently have the Yakindlu PHB project where only ABTs are being used. Units are built at a cheaper rate, the cost of electricity will be less, and it holds long-term benefits for the environment. We have further seen innovation in the launch of a mobile application, which simultaneously provides a digital platform on which our residents can register for a housing application or update their details on the database whilst maintaining social distancing too. Furthermore, Speaker, I welcome the directive to all municipalities that backyard dwellers must be a priority. This means when beneficiaries are identified from the housing waiting list for all greenfield projects, backyarders are prioritized as the departments will work on a 50-50 split within the other criteria. Speaker, there is so much more to be said, but I do believe with sincere conviction that even with the budget reductions from Pretoria, we are still working off the back of outstanding achievements in the acceleration of catalytic and priority projects. The implementation of verification and registration weekends, alternative building technology discussions and developments for a more sustainable human settlements environment, and an overall integrated approach to human settlements that drives employment and empowerment. It is up to each and every one of us to play a part too. The public sector and private sector must both contribute to meaningful support for a shared future we can look forward to in a very uncertain present times. Ubuntu is needed now more than ever. A return to essential human virtues of being united and compassionate as we strive to achieve a goal. I want to thank Minister Simas and his department for their sterling work under these difficult times. I want to also thank the Premier and the Cabinet and leave them with this quote from Joseph Wilklin, and it says, as with the butterfly, adversity is necessary to build character in people. Western Cape communities will always see your beauty, see that you are, they are, and we are. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance support vote 8 in this adjustment budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maseko. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Teko.
Thank you, Speaker. As the EFF, we do not support this one. We find it hard. There is an echo, Speaker. I'm not sure where it's coming from. I can even hear myself. No, there is a very bad echo that is disturbing me. Not sure.
All right, Ngonde, let's do it this way. Please start again. Let's see.
All right. Thanks, Speaker. As the EFF, we do not support this vote. Reason being...
Is it fine now?
No, yeah, it's fine now.
All right, proceed.
Okay. We find it hard to believe that and accept that the Western Cape Department of Human Settlement cut the budget meant for housing development by 225.8 million. This comes at the backdrop of the department promising to initiate a process of backlogging, reblocking, which it introduced early this year, as means of relocating people from high-risk congested informal settlements in order to mitigate against the risk of COVID-19. Similarly, the informal settlement upgrading partnership component budget also remain unchanged, and there is a huge chance that in the end it will not be used for its primary intended purpose, but shifted to another department. We find it very strange that we will talk about issues of mitigating against COVID-19, but equally so do not talk about issues of special planning, which talks directly to this important department.
Order, Honorable Teko, will you please take your seat? There's a point of order from the chamber. What's your point of order, Honorable Batman?
Speaker, I would like to know if Honorable Klego would take a question.
Thank you, Honorable Batman. Honorable Klego, will you please take a question from Honorable Batman?
Not at all, my leader. My time is very much limited.
Thank you, Honorable Klego. That has not been granted, Honorable Batman. Now let us proceed. Your time was muted. Now we may proceed. You have got a minute left.
Okay, thank you very much. As far as to the issue of COVID-19, it should always be coupled with the issue of special planning, which resonate and it rests with the Minister of Human Settlement. When we talk of social distance, it touches direct to how congested areas are supposed to be dealt with in terms of resolving such kind of challenges. But the issue of taking those who side with the people on the ground to court or to take them up is not a problem for the EFF. We have defeated the DA in Empolweni, we have defeated them in Mfuleni, we will defeat them in any other platform where they try to harass and bully our people. We are here to ensure that no illegal eviction is taking place, as much as
You
there
mean
is
by
no
breaking the law?
legal invasion that will take place. So we are not scared of anyone who will come and intimidate and think they will be able to clear. The Minister of
Thank you, Honorable Klego. Your
will be
time
waiting
is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
EFF is
Don't break the law.
Honorable members,
You're
I would
breaking
like
the law
to-
yourself when you evict people without court order.
Honorable members, order. I would like to remind you of the decision this House took based on my ruling on the 23rd of April that no heckling will be allowed, and there is no exception to that rule. And this also goes hand in hand with the Rule 40 of our standing rules, where running commentary is not allowed. So I'm requesting the honorable members to exercise some restraint in order to ensure that there is order in the House. That's my request, and I wish to request honorable members to abide by that. Honorable Dagmo, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. My point of order was that, and I believe that you have attempted to address it. But the reality is that the leader of government business, MEC Madikizela, is a serial offender. And if one simply restates your earlier ruling but take no action, then I'm afraid there's no order in this House. So I would appeal to you on a point of order that if MEC Madikizela transgresses again, that you actually take action and you sanction his behavior, because those of us are trying to respect your ruling and not interject, but he appears not only to interject, but to cast aspersions on other honorable members. So I'm appealing to you to please act and not just continue to warn. I thank you.
Says you, Shah.
Thank you, Honorable Dagmo. Honorable members, if any member wishes to raise a point of order, we do so by the raise of your hand, and that has not been done. Therefore, I don't expect any member to speak without having done so. I request that we respect the rules and we respect the rulings by the presiding officers. Next time it will be you that is seated here, so it should not matter who's sitting here. And I would like to request that we please, as I said, I repeat again, exercise some restraint and desist from encouraging disorderly behavior in the House. So I'm going to act, Honorable Dagmo, and I can guarantee you that there will be consequences for members who continue to disrupt order. Honorable Madikizela withdrew the earlier action in the House, and I wish to say to the leader of government business, please help the presiding officers, and I hope that it will be the last time we do the same thing. And to all of you honorable members, I request that you help me, and the chief whips, please help the presiding officers. This is the last point of order from Honorable Fernandez. Honorable Minister, what's your point of order?
Honourable Speaker, my point of order is exactly that. The leader of the official opposition, I concur completely with him, except that yesterday the Honourable Maran interjected the Deputy Speaker throughout the session and not a word was said. So what is good for one side of the House must be good for the other side. Let's be consistent in the way we enforce the rules. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you,
That's it.
thank you, Honorable Minister. I would like to stick to what I said, and I'm not going to belabor that point, but for us to function as the House, we must please respect and make sure that we cooperate with all presiding officers that are seated here. It won't be myself tomorrow or either the Deputy Speaker, but we also do have the temporary chairpersons. So we need to really respect the presiding officers at all times. And I hope that members request that, will respect that, and that will be the end on this point, and we shall then proceed. Honorable Lily is back in the House. I would like to request Honorable Lily to proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As the African National Congress, we do not support this budget, Honorable Speaker. For years, the Democratic Alliance has always prided itself as the best performing province when it comes to the implementation of the title deeds restoration program. The aim of the program is to eradicate the backlog of title deeds and to secure home ownership and security of tenure. It is said, Honorable Speaker, that 44.4 million earmarked for this program has been reduced. But this reduction also exposes the Democratic Alliance's hypocrisy. All the victories of this program are claimed as the DA's victory, while budget cuts are blamed on national government. If the DA really prioritized this program, why is there no provisions in this budget to cover the shortfall? Honorable Speaker, a further 202.3 million for human settlement development grant has been cut due to the reduced fiscal framework. This is a Schedule 5 grant for the creation of sustainable and integrated human settlements that enable improved quality of household life and access to basic services. The outputs of this grant include the number of households in informal settlements provided with access to basic services and the number of households in the backyards provided with access to services upgrade service. Surely, this will impact negatively on the lives of the poor people. Before we jump to blaming the national government, it is important to note that the purpose of HSDG is to implement provincial equitable share allocations. Taking a look at the budget, one will see that after the reduction of the 202.3 million, there is a remainder of 1.7 billion. The challenge, Mr. Speaker, with provinces is that once they received the HSDG, then the provincial contribution decline, with some provinces relying almost entirely on the HSDG for the provision of integrated human settlement services. In the main, appropriation, the housing development program of this vote was allocated 2.2 billion. The breakdown of this was 1.2 billion, 1.9 billion for HSDG and 2.5 million for National Conditional Grant, expanded Public Works Program Integrated Grant for provinces, and 67.9 million for National Conditional Grant, Title Deeds Restoration. This shows the Western Cape government has a zero contribution on the allocation of housing development in the province. The next time you on the campaign trail claiming the Western Cape built so many houses, don't forget to add a line that says the budget, Mr. Speaker, for the program 2 of this vote is cut by 69,000. In terms of policy development, the department must aim to continue the principle of Living Cape Framework, LCF, a framework which considers a sustainable human settlement a holistic space with housing and land, social and economic services, network infrastructure, and communities and social fabric. Such a framework would also be able to assist in the current programs that we are faced with. The budget challenges at the current moment is the spate of land grabs, while there are criminal elements associated with the land grabs. Let us not turn a blind eye on social economic crisis facing our people. COVID-19 has deepened the crisis. Millions are unemployed and trapped in extreme poverty. The anger of our people in Khayelitsha, Danun, Kraaifontein, Vrygrond, Hengberg, and many others is justified, especially when you consider factors such as the countless times with which the Urban Settlement Development Grant has been returned back to the treasury without doing the work. A number of suitable pockets of land near places of opportunities have been disposed of to private property developers when they could have been made available for affordable housing. Speaker, in closing, as part of the response strategy to curb the spread of COVID-19, this department was assigned a responsibility to de-densify informal settlements and other densely populated settlements. Our peak was projected to start between last week of July to August. Today is the last week of July, and not a single community has benefited from this densification. The MEC must tell us what progress has been made with regards to this and what caused all delays. COVID-19 is forcing us to do all the things we ignored over the years. It has exposed the disparities between rich and the poor. It is now forcing us to redress the two tails of the city. This province must address the legacy of special planning. The most pressing challenge at the moment is preventing the spread of COVID-19 in the newly established informal settlements. This department, together with the City of Cape Town, must put measures in place to contain the spread of this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Lily. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. We support the vote.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP support the Department of Human Settlements vote 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Marais.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would so much like to support this minister, but unfortunately I cannot because he appears to be indecisive and he's evasive also in his replies. I've had a lot of time. I wanted to know, what are you doing about the 166 houses that's now empty for the almost the third year? 166 houses built, but you can't even allocate it because your policy and the City of Cape Town's housing allocation policy is not the same, and the courts have ruled you must arbitrate and settle this with the NGO MDUI, and you can't even negotiate a settlement in almost 3 years. This is ridiculous. Why don't you refer this to the Housing Tribunal? I want the minister to answer me. He or Minister Bedell, you have an oversight function over the Mayor Plato. Why don't you refer the Morningstar issue where 166 families living in backyards have been given
Thank
keys,
you,
the keys taken
Honorable
away again
Marais.
from
That
want
ends your
answers.
time. Thank you. That concludes your speaking opportunity. In the absence of Honorable Brenkes, honorable members, I recognize the Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, firstly, thank you to each member for the inputs on this item, and I would now like to respond. I will start with the last speaker, Honorable Maria from the Freedom Fund Plus, who, if you listen closely to the members' inputs continuously in the House and even during his responses to previous budget speeches, he is central in emphasizing federalism, yet clearly he does not respect to understand federalism clearly enough, because if he's well aware, the Morningstar matter is before the courts. And we need to respect the rule of law, because that process needs to finalize. But this, Honorable Speaker, is yet another example when the community, and this is a really internal community matter, when certain aspects of a community do not want to see other people from other areas move into these houses. Hence, the community took this matter to court, and the courts will now need to arbitrate and find a solution on this matter. I do believe, however, Honorable Marais, that the City of Cape Town's legal team is in discussion with the Morningstar legal team to find an amicable solution, because after 3 years, I do believe, and you would agree with me, that one would have expected that in the interest of the broader communities that are supposed to have benefited so far, that we would have seen a conclusion by now, because in the Western Cape, we advance inclusionary human settlements developments, which means we don't just build settlements for one specific community. We do this to address the housing backlog in an entire municipal area, in this case, in the City of Cape Town. But once again, thank you for your inputs, Member Marais. Now I come to Member Lilly, but firstly, Speaker, I'm stunned that the Honourable Member managed to reach the next ward, where apparently he's now got good reception and access to electricity in such a quick pace. That's a clear sign of the quality of the service delivery in this province, where at least we know our roads are functioning properly, and he was able to get there in a very quick pace. Member Lilly, I'm actually stunned by listening to your speech, because the HSDG grant is a national grant. Yet you seek to blame our department for cuts which come from the national department. That's number one. So I'm trying to get my way around why you are blaming my department. Secondly, Honourable Member, you would keen, if you actually do attend all your standing committee meetings, you would have been well informed and well aware that at my last engagement with the standing committee, I emphasized to them that the impacts of these cuts will need to be discussed with our broader stakeholders, municipalities. And unlike yourself, Honourable Member Lilly, I've actually visited our municipalities. I have engaged our councillors. I have engaged key stakeholders in our communities, alerting them to the cut that was due to come. And that, Member Lilly, is a difference between a leader and an individual who seeks to lead. Because we, as the minister in my department, we empower our stakeholders with the facts, not parts of the facts. And that is, Member Lilly, why so many communities at the moment, when I engage them, they say, thank you, Minister, for giving us clarity, because certain councillors and certain members of other spheres of government do not give us this clarity. Because, Member Lilly, if you are elected to lead, You must empower yourself so that when you engage your communities, that you do not marginalize your communities by giving them incorrect or half-truths, honourable member. And that is what I need to depart with you, because these budget cuts have a dire implication on our targets. But sadly, you missed the first part of my budget because you were looking for an area where you could get reception. And I will forward you a copy of my speech, Member Lily, because these cuts have massive implications. But yet,
Honourable Minister,
innovative ways.
Honourable Minister, please address the Speaker.
Sorry, Honourable Speaker, through you to Member Lily. However, even with these dire cuts, and I would, through you, Speaker, like to remind Member Lily that in January we also received a cut, which means the total budget cut for our department is close to 400 million rand. Yet we're looking at innovative ways, Honourable Speaker, to Member Lily, to how we can bridge this by finding alternative solutions so we can accelerate the delivery of housing opportunities to all our people. And that's why, Honourable Speaker, we've been engaging municipalities actively. Councillors across all party formations. And even this morning, I engaged the Tivataskloof municipality as a good example through you, Honourable Speaker, to Member Lily. And some of the solutions that opposition councillors came up with during our session is similar to where we are heading. So, Member Lily, it's time that we move forward together. I do not play a blame game, but one needs to understand the HSDG grant through you, Speaker, to Member Lily is a national grant. And these cuts come from national. Who else must we blame? Because these cuts are because our national government, through you, Member Lily, because you are a member of this party, they did not foresee and they did not provide properly for COVID-19. Now our poor communities, our poor beneficiaries, through you, Speaker, to Member Lily, will now need to carry the brunt of poor national leadership. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Simas. Honourable members, that concludes the debate on the individual votes contained in the schedule of the Western Cape Adjustment Appropriation for COVID-19 2020-2021 financial year. So that is the end of the debates on this bill. Now, may I request then, honourable members, at this point that the Secretary reads the next order, and that is the 7th order of the day.
Consideration of votes and schedule, Western Cape Adjustment Appropriation COVID-19 Bill 2020-21 financial year.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Honourable members, I have to announce that there are currently in the House there's currently a total of 35 members. And the breakdown, honourable members, for your information, there's 23 members from the Democratic Alliance, and there is 7 members from the ANC. There are 2 members from the EFF. There is 1 member from Good Party, 1 member from African Christian Democratic Party, 1 member from FF Plus, and the Al Jamaa has not been present today. They are absent. And that's the total. Now, for the purposes, honourable members, of dealing with this particular order, I have to announce this so that the honourable members understand that we do correct for the purposes of proceeding with the vote. Are there any objections, honourable members, to the individual votes and the schedule of the Western Cape Adjustment Appropriation Bill, COVID-19 of 2020-2021 financial year?
No, no objection.
No.
Yes. No objection. Yes.
No
objection.
Order. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, honourable members. The objection has been noted. Thank you. Now that there is an objection, honourable members, order. In order for the members to have their respective votes on the above mentioned individual votes and the schedule of the bill recorded correctly, I will inquire from the Chief Whip to indicate their respective parties' position on the vote and schedule of the bill. Now, will the Chief Whip of the DA please indicate whether the DA is in support of the votes and schedule of the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democratic Alliance is in support of the votes and the schedule of the bill.
Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip of the DA. Are there any individual members of the DA who wish to have a different vote from that of the party?
No, Speaker.
No.
Thank you, honorable members of the DA. Will the Chief Whip of the ANC indicate the ANC's vote on the schedule and the bill, on the votes and the schedule of the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ANC is not in support of the bill and neither do the schedule itself.
Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip of the ANC. Honorable members of the ANC, are there any individual member of the ANC or members of the ANC who wish to record a different vote from that of the party as prescribed by the Chief Whip? Thank you, honorable members. There is no one, it appears. Honorable members, now we move to the parliamentary leader of the EFF to indicate the vote of the EFF in this regard.
Thank you, Speaker. We do not support the vote and as well as the schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Pego. Honorable members, I wish to request the indication from the EFF whether any member of the EFF has a different view from that of the party.
No, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makamba Poche. Honorable members, now I move to the good party to obtain the indication of their vote.
Thank you, Speaker. We support the bill and the schedule.
Thank you very much, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I now move to the ACDP to obtain their indication on the vote and the schedule.
Speaker, the ACDP support the bill and the schedule.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I wish to request the vote of the FF Plus and the indication of how they wish to vote on the votes and the schedule of the bill.
Okay.
Honorable Murray. Honorable Murray, 1, going 2, 3, in his absence. I will move to the Al Jama and they are absent. Honorable Murray, we've given you the last chance and now we're moving to Al Jama and they are absent. Now we have to announce on the outcome of the results of the vote. Give me an opportunity to finalize the count, honorable members, which I will announce shortly.
With good supporters.
That's us. Mute your. That's his mute.
Honorable members, order. I am now back with the results of the count. I wish to bring to the attention of the honorable members that the honorable members that were present as of the vote at the time of the voting, it was in fact 34. And that is the absence of Honorable Murray, who was counted as part of the 35 from the FF Plus. And he has since been absent during the time of the counting. Now, I wish to announce the results of the count, that we have 25 honorable members who have voted in support of the votes and the schedule of the bill, and 9 honorable members that have voted to oppose the votes and the schedule of the bill. Honorable members, the votes and the schedule of the Western Cape Adjustment Appropriation COVID-19 Bill of 2020-21 financial year before 2020 is therefore approved and as such is carried. Honorable members, the names of individual members present and their support or otherwise for the question before the House will be recorded in the minutes of the proceedings to ensure a full record of the voting of the bill. Honorable members, that concludes this particular order. And now I request the Secretary to read the 8th order of the day.
Finalization of the Western Cape Adjustments Appropriation COVID-19 Bill 2020-2021 financial year, including the clauses and short title.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Honorable members, at this point, I recognize the Honorable Minister of Finance, and there's no speakers list for this part.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the bill be finalized.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Finance. Honorable members, are there any objections to the bill clauses short title being finalized?
No objections.
Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip. Are there any, honorable members, are there any objections again? No objections? Agreed to. Honorable members, I have to announce that this is now, because there are no objections, I'm going to request at this point that in order for the members to have their respective votes, excuse me, honorable members, because there's no objection, the House has reached the end, and I'm going to request that the members pat themselves in the back. That it's been a great sitting, and it's been a phenomenal experience to go through this process. I'm sure you've noted the way of voting. It has been exciting since Wednesday and, of course, today. And I wish to thank the honorable members and thank the IT support and all staff members of the House. And, of course, to say to the House that the bill now will be sent to the Premier for assent. So the Secretary will now read the bill.
Western Cape Adjustments Appropriation COVID-19 Bill 2020-21 financial year.
Thank you, honorable members. The bill will be sent to the Premier for assent. And at this point, I want to, again, as I said earlier, that we have reached the end and the meeting is now, and the sitting is now adjourned. And thank you very much. Have a great evening. The House is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Great IT support. Thank you.
Somlomo.
Well done, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Good
Happy
weekend,
Friday.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye.